Here? Here.
Here, would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. This evening, we do have a number of items. Welcome everybody back from summer, break, and also good to see everyone out here, tonight. Before we have the motion to adopt the agenda, just a couple of changes. One is just because we're getting close to budget season for the board, I'm going to postpone anything on the EEOC officer and receptionist since we just can deal with it in that context.
Okay.
We have three items that have come up to add to the agenda. One is relating to, and actually a minor item, but important to them, New Hackensack Fire Company has a request. We have an award for contract for Hilltop well installation, and we'll add that on to the agenda. And then there was a refund of escrow for the Coughlin subdivision that Mr. Horan added. We've been waiting actually to return those monies that are overdue. So with those additions and changes, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll move it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions? The motion passed. The next item is a motion to acknowledge the minutes of the August 5th, 2019 minutes. I have a motion.
I'll move it. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays or abstentions? The motion passed. The next is that we have we'll open to the public portion of the meeting, and this is, a number of you will recall, is an opportunity for the public to comment on agenda items, only agenda items. And you'll be welcome. You raise your hand and come up to the podium. The chair I'll acknowledge that. And then you'll be able to come up to the podium and then also identify yourself, your name, and your residence within the town. Okay? Yes, ma'am. And again, only items that are on the agenda.
Good evening, Dr. Thurston and council members. I am Christine Zanstra, and I reside at 6 Fowler House Road. I'm here tonight to voice some ongoing concerns that we have regarding the proposed Tractor Supply Company store, which, if approved, will be adjacent to our property. I understand Tractor Supply's profit motive here, and I understand prudent development is good for the town, good for the tax base. However, this is not prudent development. The proposed structure is too large for this site. The proposed building will be over 19,000 square feet with an additional 15,000 square feet concrete pad that will serve as retail space on a lot that is less than 6 acres. According to Tractor Supply's webpage and their annual shareholder report, their typical store has around 15,000 square feet on the inside. And that's typical, so many stores are even smaller than that. A smaller store would leave more room for parking and require 20% less parking to start with, thus reducing the parking variance that the applicant sought from the ZBA. When the applicant was before the ZBA, they insisted that Tractor Supply would not come to this site if the size of the building were smaller than they proposed because, quote, it doesn't meet the model. We know now this is not true, since according to the company's own documents, their average store size is almost 20% smaller than the store they're asking to build in Wappingers. Additionally, what the applicant proposed to make the current building size acceptable is to count the outdoor retail space behind the store as potential parking for a future tenant. The developers have mentioned the types of future tenants who might need the code-required parking for a development this large. Pharmacies were the example. If NERC were developing this location for Walgreens or Rite Aid or CVS, would they still be proposing to put a significant portion of the parking behind the store? I don't find that credible, and I don't think those tenants would either, and I don't think this makes this development an attractive place for them or others like them when Tractor Supply moves on. I don't think this is prudent development that's going to be a long-term benefit to the town. As a matter of fact, Walgreens and Rite Aid are both right up in the village, and there is some parking behind them. Between the two stores, there are a total of 5 spaces, and the applicant here has asked to put 51 parking spaces behind the building. The developer has stated that they're interested in this location due to the Route 9 frontage, and it seems a future tenant would also share that interest. The commercial buildings near this location are all built much closer to Route 9 than this plan proposes, and the required setback for this property is only 75 feet, but the proposed store is actually set back more than 200 feet. Probably because Tractor Supply doesn't want the parking they do need to be behind the store. Why would any future tenant feel any differently? Despite all of this, the ZBA granted the requested variance anyway on July 23rd, but they did not do it in accordance with the requirements established in the Wappinger Town Code. That meeting was supposed to be a public hearing. However, our neighbor at 10 Fowler House Road attempted to speak and was interrupted during her comments and told they already knew what she was going to say. The ZBA said that the size of the store was an issue for the planning board. However, it's obvious when you view the video on the website that the board had already made their determination prior to the meeting. They read their decision into the minutes from a document already written. They were concerned that the document be read into the minutes, and there's discussion on the video to that effect. But they were not interested that the details of public concerns be a part of the minutes. I don't think that's the way the process is supposed to work. It certainly doesn't sound like a public meeting if the board is just going to read a decision they had already made, but that's what happened. And there's a larger problem too. The code, section 240-107, does not empower the ZBA to grant whatever variance it wants. They're required to consider, 1, whether an undesirable change is produced or if there will be a detriment to a nearby property. 2, whether the benefits sought could be achieved by other means. 3, whether the variance is substantial. 4, whether there are adverse impacts on physical or environmental concerns. And 5, whether the alleged difficulty is self-created. We've read a fair number of ZBA's minutes, and typically they consider these issues, but in this case they discussed none of them. This parking deficit is self-created because the project doesn't even exist at the moment. The variance is substantial. It reduced the required parking by nearly 40%. It is detrimental to nearby properties. It's going to increase noise, reduce privacy, impact resale values, and increase traffic on our street. And I'm not the only one who thinks so. The zoning board was given copies of signed statements to that effect from all of our close neighbors. And lastly, clearly the benefit could be achieved by some other means. For starters, they could go somewhere else. Again, the development doesn't exist yet, and there's not exactly a lack of vacant commercial property in our area. Barring that, they could build a smaller store. According to Tractor Supply itself, the inside of their average store is about 3,600 square feet smaller than the one proposed in Wappingers. That's an especially important point because the code also compels the ZBA to grant the minimum variance necessary. I don't know what the zoning board did consider when it decided before the public hearing was concluded to grant the variance, but I don't see any evidence that it took into account these code-required considerations. I'm sure Tractor Supply probably plans to be at this location for a long time, but I'm also sure Top Supermarket planned to be at the old Stop and Shop location for a long time when they moved in. And I'm also sure Sonic planned to be at their location for a long time when they leveled the existing building and put one up that sits vacant now. Dunkin' Donuts seems to have made their location across Route 9 from Hannaford successful, but I'm sure the whole string of fast food chains before them all also plan to stay. Once upon a time, Plant Depot probably planned to be at their former location forever. That's 4 examples in less than a 1.5 mile radius from the proposed development, all right on Route 9, and 3 of them are sitting vacant right now. Maybe Tractor Supply will be with us for a long time, but maybe not. Plans change. And if not, this variance makes the property less attractive to future tenants. Therefore, it's not prudent development. It's probably abundantly clear that we're not a fan of this project, but even less desirable than a Tractor Supply store would be another vacant commercial property behind my home. Our area has plenty of them already, and I would hope that the town's interests are aligned with mine on that point. This project still does not really have the variance it needed because the granted variance does not bring it into compliance with the zoning code. The existing variance allows for a reduction from 128 parking spaces, but they forgot some. This project is enormous. The inside space is 19,000 square feet. But as I said before, there is also a 15,000 square foot outdoor area that the zoning board minutes refer to as outdoor storage. But that's not what it is. I don't know many businesses in the habit of letting customers wander through their storage areas. Documents submitted by the applicant refer to that area as fenced outdoor display area, but that's not what it is either. What it is exactly is retail space. Tractor Supply's own annual report refers to it as selling space. And at the July 23rd ZBA meeting, the applicant's representative stated that they would be, quote, selling from that outdoor area. And further stated, quote, outdoor sales is an important component of the success of the store. So it's not storage and it's not display, it's selling area. It's retail space. As selling area, it requires additional parking of its own. And actually the code, section 240-97B, requires parking even for storage or similar commercial uses. That might not come up a lot in terms of retail development, but that's probably because not a lot of these areas are 15,000 square feet. The code does discuss one instance, section 240-68, where minimal parking is needed, but this is not a lumber yard, and this is not 7 acres either, so that would require additional variances. Another concern we have is with a fairly new regulation in the town code that directly relates to this property. In March, a new law was passed, and I'm referring to the tree felling exception, section 240-93.1. It allows the planning board at its sole discretion to allow the felling of trees on a property prior to the approval of a site plan if the planning board deems it in the, quote, best interest of protecting the Indiana bat. As I understand the code, if there were no bats on a property, it would require an approved site plan, including a public hearing per section 240-87 prior to tree felling. But the presence of the bat negates the need for a site plan or hearing. One of the conditions of tree felling is submission of a bond or performance guarantee for possible site restoration. And I guess that would be in the event that the project did not ultimately go through. Indiana bats, as we have learned through this process, live in mature and even dying and dead trees with compromised bark. So planting new trees would not restore their habitat. And we would like to know if there's been any discussion about how that restoration would be accomplished, and if there's any special expertise on the planning board, or if there was some training that qualifies them to determine the best interest of a protected species. I don't see how knocking down trees is ever in a bat's interest, let alone making it faster or easier to do so. But even if it is somehow, it's not in the interest of us, of those of us living next to this property. So I'd ask that tree felling be held off until there is a fully approved site plan in place. Lastly, the town water and sewer district already extends past my street, and this project would almost literally put it in my backyard. We've been waiting for water and sewer for more than 20 years, and some of our neighbors longer than that. Regardless of whether this project is approved in its current or some modified form, it's going to alter the flow of surface water, and no one has discussed how that will affect the recharge of groundwater and in turn our wells. If this project continues in any form, then I'd like to ask that residents of Fowler House Road be included in the revised water and sewer districts. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am, what was your name again?
It's Christine Zanstra.
Got it.
Zandstra.
Thank you.
Okay. Other comments on any other topic? Yes, please.
My name is Gail Pfeiffer, and I live at 4 Fowler House Road. I don't really have anything planned, but I just wanted to say that we're very distressed about this whole project and how it's going to affect us. It's going to literally be in, the parking lot is going to be in my backyard. I have a fence, but the parking lot is going to be basically right up to my house and my backyard. And the project is way too big. I'm going to say it again. It's way too big for the small space that's there. We've been saying this. We've been going to planning board meetings. We've been over this a million times. I don't even know if they're listening half the time when we're talking, because I feel like they already have in their mind a mindset. But we've talked about how it's going to impact our soil, how it's going to impact our water, how it's going to impact our homes. And we really would urge you to please help us here, because I don't feel like we're being helped. I don't feel like we're being heard, and we need some help with this.
Sure.
Mr. Thurston, Dr. Thurston, you've been there. You've seen what this is all about. And it just seems a little bit ridiculous to me that this particular plan is going to take effect. And I just want to make sure that you understand that I know that that's commercial property, and I know that something has to be built there, but it should be something that is not that big. It should be something, I wouldn't mind if there was a Starbucks built there or something like that. But this is chemicals and pesticides and animals and the whole thing, and it's going to impact on my land. So thank you.
Thank you, Gail. I'd just like to make a comment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Horan just to kind of expand on it. But let me just make a comment, please. Tonight, the purpose for the resolution is actually only to schedule a public hearing on the matter relating to the sewer district. So there will be plenty of time to discuss the merits, and the board, when it votes tonight, is only for the purpose of calling a public hearing to actually allow these opportunities. What I want to ask Mr. Horan, since he's an advisor to this board and also planning board, is there are other opportunities, are there not, Mr. Horan, for the residents and the public to make comments? starting, of course, with the public hearing, if that's voted upon, but also a planning board, and ultimately when it comes back to this board, is that correct?
Well, I
You
believe the planning-
discuss the process perhaps for the residents.
I believe the planning board has closed the public hearing
Okay,
with respect to the application before it, and as noted, the ZBA had taken action with respect to their variance. The variance before the zoning board of appeals pertained to a banked parking issue. So under the town of Wappinger code, the planning board has discretion to have what's called banked parking. Land bank parking, which means that if you've got a use that may not use all of the parking that's generally required by the code, it's one parking space for 150 square feet of gross floor area. The planning board has the ability to say, you don't need to build all of those spots out, but instead you can reserve a certain location on the site so that in the event that there is a parking demand that's higher than anticipated, that space would then be converted to parking. What the applicant had proposed was rather than increase development on the site and put parking area further back, closer to the residential properties, that they wanted to propose that the outdoor storage area could be considered to be land bank parking in the event that the parking would increase at some point in time. They also demonstrated to the ZBA certain areas in the back of the site where they could put in additional parking if need be. So the variance that was requested was in essence to minimize disturbance on the site. If the variance wasn't granted, an additional parking area would have been required on the site. The applicant has sufficient area on the site to put in the parking, but it didn't want to develop additional areas that could have been left undisturbed.
so then what you're saying, so I understand, the only public hearing that would be remaining is actually the one that we would call if the zoning boards and the planning board's already decided on this
Yes.
issue? I understand, okay. And the prerogatives of this board, again, for my information, since,
So for purposes of the water and sewer district, there's a petition before the board to extend the United Wappinger Water District to serve the property, and to extend the United Wappinger Sewer District to serve the property. This is the only commercial property on that stretch of Route 9 between Fowler House and Old Hopewell that is not in the water district or the sewer district. The mains run directly in front of the property in Route 9. In fact, the sewer main runs on Route 9 frontage of the property, and then runs on the north side of the property back to an easement behind the Acura piece and up toward Indian Village. So in essence, the two sides of the property is bounded by sewer lines. The water main, again, is on the frontage of the property in Route 9. At the time the water and sewer districts were extended to Adams, for some reason this property was not included in the water district and sewer district at that point in time. Prior to the extension to Adams, the Acura piece was in the water and sewer district. Adams paid to extend the water and sewer mains down to Fowler House, and then they did directional drilling under Route 9 over
right,
to the Adams
understood.
site.
But, right now, the only, as I read it, the only resolutions before us relates, to the public hearing, setting public
Correct.
hearing, but only with respect to the, specific site for Tractor Supply, although we did here, Mrs. Zanstra, raised the issue about looking at, or considering whether or not the Fowler House Road in that area should be considered in the Water and Sewer District. I believe Councilman Beal and I have discussed that before, but I don't see that in this current resolution. It seems to me that if we were to properly consider it for the residents as well, we should be looking at the
Well-
entire area.
Well, I mean, if, the issue with that is that, there are no water mains and there are no sewer mains in Fowler House Road. So if there was, they can't be, the properties on Fowler House can't be connected by the existing infrastructure. So infrastructure would have to be built, to service those properties.
Okay.
Under, New York law, the cost of a district extension are borne by the residents of the district. In this case, there's really no extension of the mains that need to be done.
Okay.
The mains are there. If there was to be, it becomes very challenging for the purposes of sewer, because the properties on Fowler House Road are down below Route 9, so any sewer infrastructure in there would have to pump back up to Route 9. So in addition to the creation of sewer mains, they'd also have to build a pumping station to pump back up to Route 9, to the main that's there. Also, they'd have to pay the costs for installation of water mains in Fowler House to service the existing properties. I know the town engineer had looked at it. We could circulate some, I don't know if there's any cost estimates that we've done.
I don't know if it went that far at this point.
But
Okay, thank you.
And then there's thresholds that are, we're bound by, from the New York State Controller's Office, for the cost of construction.
Okay, thank you for your answer. We can have some other discussion come to resolution. Yes, you go.
So I'm just confused. So what's the next public hearing? What would that be? Would that be for the resolution? For the sewer
Tonight, the
business?
resolution is for the board to consider holding a public hearing, which would be, I think, on the October 15th, or whatever that date is, because we are going to have it on Monday originally, but there's the holiday, so we would have it on that Tuesday.
This is actually scheduled for 2 weeks from
Yeah. Oh, 23rd, is it? Oh, okay.
So what my comment is if we can't get water, then I don't think Tractor Supply should get water either. Because
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not gonna
23rd.
take,
You're right.
I really don't think that
Okay.
that's fair.
Thank you for your consideration.
Yeah, we've actually had this discussion before relative to the folks on Fowler House Road and Peggy Lane and South Fowler House, Card Road. My position has been that they should be given the opportunity for water as well. There have been many promises over the years for municipal water opportunities in that vicinity. The main basically ends up at the end of Fowler House Road going across to Adams. So my position would be that we really need to explore all options here. If we're going to be expanding the water district, if we're going to be providing additional commercial, we need to look at the impact. And we've talked about this before at this level. So I do hear you from that perspective. The other thing I just want to point out is that we don't have any oversight over the ZBA or the planning board. In other words, the Zoning Board of Appeals is an autonomous board. We have no say over anything that they do and no oversight. And the planning board is an autonomous board as well. So this is the first that I'm hearing some of these concerns because our role is different than their role. And I certainly would be interested in getting out there on the street and taking a look at specifically where these boundaries are, because we are not necessarily in the loop on these types of approvals, because that's not our role, and we can't intervene in that process with those boards. However, ultimately, at the end of the day, the overall impact is is something that we need to take into consideration. So,
Well, as I indicated to you before, Councilman, I had gone out there and had, heard some of this from them as we had
Right, we-
discussed, and, you weren't able to get out, but I think, I agree with you that we should be looking at this.
I'd like to get out there as soon as
Right.
possible, though.
Yeah, and I think they'd accommodate that.
Thank you.
Is there any oversight for those boards? Does anyone have oversight for those boards?
Those boards under law, Jim, if you want to explain quickly how that works, he's asking if there's any oversight on the ZBA and the planning board, certainly not from our perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's judicial, subject to judicial oversight, so any action is subject to review in the courts.
Our role simply is to appoint members to those boards. Many of those members are on those boards longer than we're in office. You're talking 5-year and 7-year terms, we're in 2-year terms. So it's designed that way on purpose, because I'll be blunt, there's to be no politics involved on those boards. You know, we are elected officials, have to run for office every 2 years. They are appointed. So over a number of administrations, you have people on those boards that have been part of that fabric. So that's the way it is by design.
But we do have the ability to look at and review water and sewer and, that, including capacity and other issues which we do need to look at.
Certainly.
We'll discuss further. Yes, ma'am.
Is there no local governmental agency that has oversight on how the town code is interpreted?
Well, we have the ability to amend the code, from time to time, right? But otherwise, it would be the courts, correct? It's
Yeah,
the courts.
basically, when a board such as the planning board or ZBA renders a determination based upon the code, if you find that to be inaccurate, yes, there is remedies in the court, so that's where you would have
Yeah.
to go, as Mr. Haran just said.
Unfortunately, that's
Yeah.
it's legal action. But we still have the ability to have, further on this hearing, if we were to decide to do it. But I agree with Councilman Bill, we should be, looking at some more information as it relates to, what's before the
Certainly.
board. Other comments? Yes, sir. Let the gentleman there, and then I'll call on you. And try to limit the comments to 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I have a whole book here.
In your name and your address.
Dwight Pfeiffer, 4 Fowler House Road. My wife and I have resided at that address for the past 33 years. We're always aware that we abutted a commercially zoned parcel, but never expected that a business such as Tractor Supply would even be a possibility. It's such a small parcel of land and such a large business. We are not objecting to a business being developed at this site, but would hope that abutting a residential property, these would be some considerations of the impact on the immediate residential properties. As previously mentioned, and the size of the proposed store is too large for the property, they even needed a variance for zoning board to allow the less parking spaces to accommodate this project. We're even more concerned about the type of business that sells or harbors products that are carcinogens in nature, and again, next to residential setting. If they were in a business area, that would be different, but they're abutting a residential setting. Tractor Supply has had various fines and penalties imposed by EPA in the past, one being $750,000 in Texas, plus others. Tractor Supply has stipulated that they are mandated to follow various EPA, DEC regulations, but defend themselves in these instances as various laws and regulations imposed by varying state and local regulations. Meaning like if it's not really their fault, it's because if you go to another state, they have different controls in respect of the carcinogens and stuff like this. They seem to imply that this was minor in nature and mostly the result of their staff. This is alarming, especially due to the store abutting residential homes and their view of implications that may arise. All concerns are not specific, but there are responses to concerns and issues. What I meant by that statement is that we stipulated some of our concerns and then made a response to our concerns. And the responses were concerning to me and to others. These are examples, and I would have hoped that you would have some access to that material, no? Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
we would have.
For example,
access.
this is an example. They say 4 to 6 foot berm. Why can't they make a commitment for a 6 foot berm? Why does it have to be 4 to 6 foot? For example, if this project comes about, for example, listing the type of trees, they give a varied list of types of trees. Nothing specific or committable to 6 foot being green giant or arborvitaes. Stipulate staggering trees, but not specific about how they would do that, what the footage would be.
Yeah, that's interesting. Mr. Stallman, I recall that I had actually raised those issues of getting greater specificity in the plans that were to be approved. And is that true that, that this is what he's saying, that there isn't that degree of specificity?
There certainly, if it doesn't exist now, it certainly will exist. The plans are evolving. They've been evolving for a long time, and they'll continue to evolve, including conditions put into the resolution of site plan approval. So we always make sure that at the end of the day, things are very specific.
So I'm really confused, and I'm sorry for being dumb about this, but, Mr. O'Han said that already the planning board has closed, has signed off on this.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
The public hearing is closed.
Public
but
hearing.
There's still a
planning board has not issued
Okay,
a resolution of approval.
okay.
There's still a process going on. So the
Right.
public hearing closes, the plans continue to evolve, and most resolutions, almost every resolution has conditions in it which cause the
Sure.
plans to be
Yeah,
revised
and
even
the
further.
councilwoman here is well familiar
Yes,
with
it-
that. So there will
you.
still be some more meetings during which this
Oh,
will
yeah.
be discussed, and
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
we'll have our opportunity to also to,
I think the question
comment.
was whether the public would be given an opportunity to talk and make comments at future planning board meetings. I think the answer to that was the public hearing's been closed.
I see.
Right.
But as far as, typically there's a landscaping plan.
Yeah.
That will call out trees, it'll call out distances on center.
Okay.
The one thing with respect to the height of the berm, because of the topography of the site, it's
Right.
probably not gonna be uniform throughout, because the site slopes off, so at certain instances, there's probably gonna be
Okay.
a range in the height of the berm, but,
So with the public hearing closed, are residents still able to send a letter to the planning board
we
with their
certainly could send a letter to
concerns?
Sure.
the planning board. I'm
Or
sure.
council members?
Or also send it to us, and then we can also.
Yeah, I mean, I would like, as the supervisor said, to make sure that, as the gentleman said, that there's no arbitrary gray areas. I mean, clearly, there needs to be definitive heights. They need to be aware
Absolutely.
of what type of buffers will exist. It can't be a question. These folks have lived in this neighborhood for, and I know this gentleman's been there for 30-plus years, and certainly his neighbors should have the right to know ahead of time what things may look like if this thing goes through. It can't be a question of, well, maybe it'll be 4 feet, or it might be 6, and, if the foliage is on, we won't see, but, so I would just ask the professionals to make sure, through your process, that we pay very specific attention to these residents that are right along that property line, especially, I'm looking at the parcel map right now, that's what I keep looking at here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I mean, it's right there.
Right.
And you can't see topography on a parcel access map, you can only see the lines. So that's why I want to get on the street and
Right.
take a walk.
And David, I think is, and Mr. Moran knows, one of the areas that we've been focusing a lot on, and, I do have significant concern is, water aquifers, and potential impact, as you know, for various reasons we won't go into right now. And so I think the issue that was raised earlier is whether or not there's been a study and looking at it. I think that's certainly within our prerogative from the board in looking at whether or not there's an extension of the water district, which I'm inclined not to vote for the public hearing tonight, so we could see this more, because you're well aware that I have a real concern about this, including elsewhere in the town, the impact on well water.
Sure.
We've seen a lot of well water, wells fail. Whether or not it's an issue, I just don't know, but I haven't had any information on it, so.
Well, and there's folks, I'm sure that can attest to this right now, there's folks on Fowler House that have had well issues, especially the ones close to Route 9. And, the state will never admit to the fact that the sodium is coming from all this salt being dropped, but we know the real story, right? So, it might be in our best interest to look at this as premature in voting on a public hearing until we have all the information that
Well,
we
that's
need.
my inclination at this point in time. we can, when we get to the resolution, but I'm concerned about that.
Meanwhile, we interrupted you, sir.
Okay. Well, I just want to point out, what I'm saying here, I'm not necessarily in favor of this development, but if it's to happen, these are the things that I want, or some of the things that I want addressed. Of
course.
I'm not supporting the development, but certainly
Right.
I'm not in favor of bringing in water and sewer support for them to develop this piece of land. But one thing that I brought up in the past, and this might sound funny to them, but I keep on talking about parking lights. And they said to be off at certain hours and on and on. This was great. But I keep, the term that I keep on hearing is low impact lights, like atoms. And I keep on asking, is this low impact light? They keep on telling me, well, it's one candle or something like
Foot
that,
candle.
or whatever. So I'm a layman. I don't understand the correlation between one candle and low impact light. We're looking for a low impact and nothing directed toward our residences.
Well, again, I think that the planning board, needs to address that, and that's unfortunately a little bit outside of our
Yeah, but,
prerogative.
yeah, they're also.
If I
the
could
thing is,
just, if I could just.
Sure, go
interrupt.
ahead, David.
When an application is first submitted until the end, there's a process, and the plans evolve. And one of the things that we work at really hard is to make sure the plans are very specific with respect to everything, so that there's no gray area left over. And I've been doing this, Jim's been doing this, Pete Sotero's been doing this for a very long time. This is not our first rodeo. And one of the things that we really try very hard to do is to make sure the plans are very, very specific. With regard to lighting, we know that 1 foot candle is very low lighting. And we also make sure that there's not more than a ½ foot candle splaying over the property line. So we have these standards that we use. We're going to make sure that everything is tied down, nailed down, before we get to the end of the process.
And another thing too is, in the responses to our questions and stuff, we talked about the term of deliveries and stuff like this. And again, this is lawyer talk, I'm sorry, but they say typically that the deliveries will be between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. I mean, that's a caveat of an opening to say, well, that particular day we have a late delivery. They should be really committed to those margins to not to impose on the residential area. This is a unique situation. It's not being next to another business. This is being next to a.
But, sorry to interrupt, but, I think we need to call we understand the issues, and the planning board hopefully would, tonight again, it's to the purpose of the water.
Now, they do
district.
have, from what I read from the literature, they do have animals. The one I have identified is chickens, chicks, or whatever. Is that zoned for that type of need?
Right, again, I don't think the town board is looking at the zoning. I'm
Okay.
sorry to cut you off, I think that
Finish.
that's, for the zoning board of appeal and, to
Planning
look
board.
at that, and planning board
Planning
too,
board.
right?
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
but, I think the point's heard, our
Sure.
town planner and lawyers
Sure.
and engineers have all heard it, so
Okay.
take it under advisement.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry to cut short that issue, but we do have a lot of things to discuss, and there are other people that I think like to comment on maybe other aspects of tonight's agenda. So, Ginger? And your boyfriend here is here.
Just to make it fast.
Yeah. Identify yourself, please.
I'm Ginger Knapp Ringdahl, and I live at 79 Forest View Road, if so-called road. What I've done to make it easier for you to see what I'm talking about, I've put together pictures of the road for those of you who have not seen it.
For the sorry to interrupt, for
Go
the
ahead.
board's purpose, there is an issue with respect to paving that the highway superintendent's been working on, and since we're talking about paving of roads tonight,
Right,
that's,
right.
I think the reason why
I'm
the
going
staff's here.
to leave this for you to get an idea.
I think Mr. Bettina can attest to the road.
One of the roads I want to pave?
Yeah, I listened to
ahead,
part of
please.
the August 5th
Yeah.
meeting on TV, and I appreciate everything you've been doing for a year. I've been at this for a year trying to get it. Now it's gotten to the point where it's a safety issue. We've had some instances with our cars, with broken ribs, falling. Let just me say a few things. You had mentioned that the road had been paved in 1999. That wasn't in its entirety, correct?
Please ask them.
Yeah, go ahead, make some comments, and then
Okay.
when we
All
come
the-
to that,
all I
we'll
wanna
have some
say
discussion
is
with the highway
it-
superintendent.
It was paved
Yeah,
all the way down
okay.
to the mailboxes. And at the mailboxes, it stops. We have a narrow lane. One car fits. There are 7 or 8 or 9, 10 potholes that have caused us to have our cars
Right.
realigned. It's gotten to be really a problem. We don't put our mail in the mailbox because we can't. That's how my daughter has broken ribs. She's fallen there trying to, get out of the car. So we do our mail as we come home. We just can't do it the other way. Let's see. I was told a long time ago that this road eventually was to go through to Pine Ridge. Now, we're at the dead end. It's a turnaround. I don't really care whether it goes through Pine Ridge or not. All I care about is it going to where we are so that we don't have any more accidents, any more injuries. And some of the people here, actually from the senior center, 4 or 5 of the women have tried to come to my house, and they can't believe what the road looks like. So I appreciate, your concern and your interest in trying to get this done for us before winter so that we don't fall on the ice in the holes.
Right.
Okay? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Knapp, thank you for your patience, but I want to go on record. That is the road that Councilwoman Bettina asked me to look at. It's one of the roads I proposed to have blacktop, that had it estimated. I'm willing to go forward to take care of it. However, based on information that we've gotten back, and please correct me, Jim, the road itself is a dirt road, has not been dedicated. I thought we could blacktop it. I mean, Vice Council was told I cannot. The road was not dedicated that portion, and therefore I don't have the authority to blacktop that. Now, obviously, I've got to defer to council, and I've got to follow the law. The fact is, the portion of Forest View is blacktop, that was being taken care of, and being milled and taken care of. Not to mention the waters do hang low in some of those trees in the area. But the area of concern, and I did speak with the town engineer, which was Mr. Harvey, went out there with me. And
Right.
I got a memorandum from our attorney, and telling me the area that's the dirt road, I cannot. So, kind of like between a rock and a hard place, because I'd like to do it, but also know I need to follow the law as to you and the rest of us have to. So, that's where I'm at.
So, Mr. Haran, perhaps you could just comment at this point in time.
So, I looked briefly at some of the records of the town, and was it Coughlin?
Coughlin, yeah.
Coughlin. So, that stretch of road was designated in prior subdivision plats as Coughlin Lane, I believe.
Or Terrace?
Coughlin Terrace.
Terrace, I think.
Coughlin Terrace.
Oh, McCullough Terrace. Oh,
Well,
okay.
so
Go ahead.
there was a couple of subdivision plats that were done. I could not find in the town clerk's records any indication that any of those roads were formally accepted by the town as town roads.
So what can we do?
We
as a
have no
board?
deeds. The town at one point in time began maintaining the roads. So then by law, they became highway by users.
Right.
Because of the maintenance. Because they were never formally dedicated, the town does not have legal title to those roads. The town.
But can we argue that we want to maintain it for safety and then
Well,
pave
you'd
it a
have to
little bit
then,
further?
the town would then have to widen the road to highway standards. They'd have to put a sub-base down. The roads have never, as far as we could tell, never been approved. I don't know if there's any drainage that's ever been put in according to the subdivision plat, so,
There's only one or two basins up there. We
I see.
repaired one of them that collapsed.
Yes, you told me about
And I went up there and we
that,
collected
because you were
it.
trying to help them out.
Right, help them out, but I also want to make sure you know, the civil engineer was brought up there and looked at it, and I asked him, I really want to pay this, I know Angela, you wanted to pay it, I know Ginger and I have met, but we're also constrained by the road not being dedicated in title, and I'm not speaking for Jim, but I'm only taking what we've learned in class as well, unless it's dedicated and owned by us, I can't spend taxpayers' money on it, and that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but.
No, I know, there's a gift
I'm stuck.
issue and so
I wanna-
forth.
We want to do it, but.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about, safe.
Is
You know,
there a safety?
Understanding
way that we
the,
could get around
understanding
it?
the situation with grading and drainage.
Right.
But there's something, you know, with winter coming on, is there something that could be done, like taking millings from your current road and rolling them in to at least give some sort of solid
Until you take title of that
start?
road and you own it, I can't do
Okay.
anything with it, because we don't,
So,
that's a problem.
I've never seen this before. So, what's between number, oh wow, these addresses are all messed up too. So,
And there's a dirt
See
road
it
bill that
either
goes through
way.
there.
so you got,
So the red lines are dirt road, or what's the dirt road, just so?
Yes.
that
I
parcel
can't
that's
see.
highlighted doesn't have a street number, but the parcel to the left comes up as a Pine Ridge Drive address. And then you have that property that runs in between those parcels that's unidentified on the tax map.
that's actually, that's a paper street.
Okay,
Um,
what does that
I
mean?
think it is,
On paper, it shows
it means
as,
it's
Shows
on
us-
paper,
right,
there's
it's not
actually
a
not a
real-
formal.
Right, but
Is
does the
that a
town own it or no?
No, the
No.
town has never,
So this is probably where this all began.
Right,
These
this-
were paper streets that were never dedicated.
they would, and the reason why they were never dedicated is where they were never formally
They
improved.
never met the specs.
They never met the town specs, so the town never accepted,
So this goes back, what, 40 years?
at least.
So we're gonna, I
Probably
think we should do some
36.
research on this and figure out how we can find a solution,
right.
because we may have to figure out a way to take ownership.
No, well, that's where I was
the-
heading,
Yeah.
trying to
The
figure out what we
Safety.
do.
The issue is, from what I can see there, that stretch of road, that Coughlin Terrace only serves as a driveway to one property.
I'm not even seeing Coughlin Terrace
It's
identified
not,
here.
it does not show up on parcel access, but if you look at the subdivision plats, that's what
So-
the name is.
So, in light of the, getting back to the safety issue, which I'm very concerned, and
Right,
I've
yeah.
discussed with Ginger and the others there, is that, in fact, her daughter had slipped and fallen, broken some ribs.
It's not town property.
I know, no, I understand that, but is there any way that we can do something, like, as I said, with millings and
It would be like
putting
fixing someone
something-
else's driveway.
Well, the
Right
bigger,
now, it's a driveway.
the bigger concern is if the person at 208 Pine Ridge Drive calls 911, the ambulance isn't gonna know how to get to them.
Well, and the
Well,
concern
that's-
is fire truck, too.
Well, it's not even on Pine Ridge.
Right.
So
understood.
that needs to be cleaned up.
That whole area is a mess.
And it was when 911 came in, but
Right.
these are some parcels that must not have been cleaned up.
They want them 911, they're right.
So there's a couple things that need to happen.
Yeah, yeah.
We have to be able to accept the roads, I have to put a base down.
Understood
It's
that,
pretty-
yeah,
it's
I
pretty
understand.
intensive when we found out we have it. I mean,
So, what we're trying to do,
blacktop,
How do
we plan on
the
blacktop.
solution, how do we
Yeah,
affect
so, Jim, what would your recommendation be?
next steps?
As
To help.
far as, I mean, you'd have to get a cost estimate to see how much, if the town, I mean, the one thing is, right now, there's a vacant lot, the lot that's at the corner of, 726,973 is a vacant lot. 748,978 is, I believe, the residence lot. That's the only lot that gains access over that stretch.
And that one has an address of 208 Pine Ridge Drive,
Right,
and it's on Coughlin Terrace / Forest View Road.
right.
Right.
So right now, if you called 911 from there, they're gonna be driving around in
I don't
circles.
even know where Pine Ridge Drive is with relationship to that.
Joey knows.
It's the other side over there.
Yeah.
But,
So-
but,
Pine
but
Ridge is on
even
the back
so,
side.
What do you do in the meantime?
Where-
Yeah, there it is up
right,
there.
but even so, how do we, because of the safety, issues that are
Right.
transpiring, how do we, what can we do to fix this before possibly the
Unless the
winter coming?
town,
Tell us our.
again, so right now this is a paper street.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually basically a driveway for one, it's private property.
Okay,
It's not owned by the town. The driveway on it is a driveway, they have access to the house by virtue of a private road. There's quite a number of private roads in the town.
okay.
there's provisions in Town Law 200 where a resident can petition the town board to take over a road. However, the resident would pay the cost for improving the road to town standards,
That's the problem.
which may be substantial.
That's something that just came out of one of our classes that the attorney's talking about, and that's very true, that's what we're supposed to do, I can't bear it to the town. I feel bad because I wanted to block up the whole area, and I know you asked me to take care of it, but the issue, we're constrained by the law now, and you know why, that's an issue.
So the red line indicates the street that could be paved under your normal budget, which we gave a number of 72,531, but that doesn't address, obviously.
There's a
what-
sub base and things of that nature, absolutely not, and I talked with Tom about it, I got sub base, we gotta put some drainage in, and that hasn't been, designed.
Yeah.
So who owns that property?
The abutting property. Well, actually, in that case, probably the abutting property owners own to the midline of the road. And it's a private road, and they each have access over this stretch.
Dick, one of the problems I've had, a couple of calls in the evening, is a tree goes down on the private road.
Yeah.
We
Right.
don't go out and cut it. The other problem is we've had a couple of people call us, you only got the police call us, excuse me, we're not by law allowed to do any work on a private road
Property.
or a private property, by statute. So a tree fell down in a couple of places, and people go, well, don't you cut it, it's yours to cut. It's not because we don't want to, it'd be malfeasance.
No, I understand, no, I
You
understand.
know, we tell people, well, I pay taxes.
Yeah.
My hands are, unfortunately, the laws are the laws, and we have to
Right.
follow them. I don't know what else to do.
Right, right. Yeah, come on up, sir.
So to introduce myself, I'm Michael Donnelly. I also live at 79 Forest View Road. I'm the grandson of.
Mike, can you step up and listen here?
Sorry.
Thanks, man.
There you go.
Yeah, I got her height.
I'm not hard of hearing, I'm not hard of
Gotcha.
listening.
So, just a couple points of clarification that might seem pertinent. Number one, I don't think it can be defined as a driveway because after the point, can I go over and point because I feel like there's some
Yeah, sure.
confusion as to what's going on.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah, really.
Joey, highlight 79 Forest View.
actually a PDF, I can't.
Oh,
Go ahead, sir.
this is
Listen,
there's 79, there you go.
Okay,
That helps.
yes.
The paving in the road, so it's all one continuous road, the paving ends right here. So there are multiple properties after it where there's no paved road. So I
Okay.
don't think that means it can be considered a driveway to one place.
It's probably a private road.
But it's a
That's probably-
private road.
Yeah, but I don't, if it means anything in terms of how it's being discussed, I just wanted to clarify that.
So Forest View must have theoretically ended, right? And then this Coughlin Terrace must have been a private road that at some point was assumed to become the rest of Forest View Drive, Forest View Road.
Well, there's subdivision maps that show them.
Coughlin shows up because it doesn't show up on the tax
Coughlin
map.
shows up.
Right.
Oh, it does? Huh.
Yeah, there's subdivision, and I can't find any records of Forest View Drive being dedicated either.
Well, that's a problem.
So, I mean, the question, so now you have an issue of highway by user, and the question is, so in that case, the question is, what has the town maintained? In this area, there's a lot of there's, Dugan Lane had the same issue. A lot of the roads in that area were all private roads that were developed
Right.
40s and the 50s.
Yeah.
Sometimes there was a petition to the town board to take jurisdiction over the roads. Sometimes the highway superintendent just did it.
Right.
There's no rhyme or reason. Years ago, I did research on Dugan Lane. There was an application to take over Dugan Lane. Residents along Dugan Lane brought a petition for the town to take over maintenance. They made the planning board weighed in as to where the town should take it over. And then there was no formal order for the town taking over jurisdiction. So there's procedures in the highway law, for the town to take over jurisdictions, but one of the issues is that at that point in time, the road should be improved to town highway specifications.
Right.
And the cost of that improvement is borne not by the town as a whole, but the residents along the town the road that's being improved.
And that's what's upsetting, these people by law would have to bear this burden.
Right.
And that's very difficult, at least it'd be for me if I was there, but that's the situation. And then again, I only have till November.
Well, yeah, we understand. Well, this seems like a much longer,
I know, it does.
yes.
Mother Nature's gonna take.
Yeah,
I only
Ginger,
have to remember to try to get these roads done.
That one car can get through. If you open your windows,
Branches,
um,
branches, branches?
the greens from the, come in your window, that's how narrow.
but, you know, the bigger concern though is the safety, right? You know,
Well, that's my
ambulance,
concern,
fire,
yeah.
you know,
Well,
what,
that's probably,
Safety is-
well, that's probably another issue, is that probably doesn't meet highway town standards.
No.
So you would have to
Yeah.
basically expand the road in order to make it safe, if we took over it. Because they're saying you could barely get one car down.
Yeah, no, I know, yeah.
So that would be another
she has
expense
the
as well.
pictures there.
Exactly, exactly.
Well, I think the reason why you can't barely get a car down is because it's a
Private
private road.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Ginger,
Otherwise,
yeah.
oh, sure.
But,
We just have to figure out a legal way to.
Yeah, that's the thing, how
but
that
it's
helps.
gonna incur a cost on that
And, you know, it's
right now.
pothole
Well, like
ridden.
he
I
said,
mean,
there's a lot of places that have this issue. And you set a precedent. Good.
Okay, well, we understand the, the issue more than we did going into this, so we'll take that out of consideration. Other comments on other agenda items at this time?
Seeing none, I'll make a
Well,
motion.
you know, I did ask Sergeant Stewart to come, you know, just to comment, because I know he has to leave, but with
Okay.
respect to some of the highway, you know, concerning, you know, some
Okay.
of the highway issues, I wanted him to just talk and, you know, discuss like Kent Road and what have you, okay?
So would that be in a discussion item, or would that be?
Well, I wanted, you know, since it's
Okay.
going on longer, I thought
Okay.
I'd just call him up now
Sure,
instead of later.
sure.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Neil Stewart. I'm a sergeant with the Dutchess County Sheriff's Office. In particular, I'm the director of the patrol for the Wappinger detail. Just to fill you in, we've been running the Wappinger patrol. There's 2 new cars that were purchased by the town, which is definitely assisting us in our duties. And we have recently increased the traffic enforcement, directed traffic enforcement. We've been getting complaints at locations such as Kent Road, River Road, Edge Hill, Ketchumtown, areas like that. And I just wanted to report to you that we've had a 300% increase in our traffic activity last month alone. We are increasing traffic stops. We are warning people who are slightly over speed limits or slowly rolling through stop signs that are complaint areas, and we're ticketing people who are not stopping whatsoever or significantly over speed limits. It appears that the budget will allow us to continue this through the rest of the year, and I just wanted to give you an update. Do you have any questions or concerns?
Did you pull together some of those statistics on, you know, what we were talking about earlier today? Like, you know, just to give an example of the 300% increase,
Yes.
like Kent Road or something like that, or River.
Our traffic stops, I did. Sorry, 1 second. Kent Road in general, we did, prior to the request that came through mid-July, we did 15 traffic stops on that roadway from the year. Since that time, we've had 43 traffic stops in just over a month. And in that, 25 people were issued tickets for stop sign violations. There were speed violations. I don't have a specific number. There was an arrest made for reckless driving on that roadway as well during one of the patrol activities. And also, the other areas of concern have had significant increase as well. But Kent Road seems to be one of the more active. Every time we sent the patrol out there, they are observing and issuing for different violations.
So one of the things that the sergeant is doing and discussed with me today is he's created some forms that will allow us to obtain, you know, a greater, you know, clarity, probably certainty as to, you know, some of the activity. It's one that he had is traffic radar reporting form. So up until now, there has not been, I guess, an officially, a part of the process. It's where he gets emails or what have you. So then we will be able to see, and I think, David, Stolman, from Michael's point of view of, as we look at road, conditions and making determinations, and I think Mr. Bettina, then he will have this better reporting form, and also as we have done, make special attention requests, then he is documenting, this, going to be documenting going forward and getting the sheriff's deputies. Because one of the things that, as you're aware, the state and its ultimate wisdom is now requiring us, in order, share this with the board, in order to even consider reducing a speed limit, they now have, I've just received this letter which basically says, in order for them to review speed limit requests, they're requiring the municipality to provide NYSDOT with necessary study data that includes amount and type of development along the highway, various roadway features and physical condition of the roadway, one or more speed limit studies, and a report or recommendation signed by a licensed professional engineer. I just received this nonsense, actually. But he's, and the sheriff's deputies are trying to work with us to help figure out at least some of the data, that we need to have in order to even reduce the speed limit.
Something
on
on
the
that
road.
should also include the people that have been killed on these roads.
Yes.
That should be information
Yeah,
that
part
we
of the
just
study does
freely
include the number
give.
of accidents and things of
But
that
people that
nature.
have literally died because of this
But they're
speed.
reported accidents. A
Yeah.
lot of it's not reported, as David knows, just along, Wheeler Hill Road. There's a lot of accidents that go unreported, as there is on Ketchum Town and River Road as well.
Chelsea Road.
Chelsea as well. So, but at least the importance is that the traffic stops are working, but it means that we have been designated more of the patrols. And then also, he's making sure that some of the patrols at night or elsewhere have been also paying a little bit more attention to this, and getting them to stop, at night. So at least the sheriff's department has been
Right.
working very, closely, with us.
I'm very thankful for everything that all of you do every day.
I do invite you to, any special request recommendations that come into you, funnel them to me. I'm developing a new, in-house online form. So, if I add a special request to the form, the patrol instantaneously can pull that up in the car and see it.
Right.
So it's gonna be a policy that at the beginning of every shift, that the member working the detail, review that. So, feel free to funnel some areas that need special attention to me.
I want to commend them. Here's some speeding on Robinson Lane. I was out there with Pizza Terra marking out some driveways. Like I tell you, North River Road, get it. And every time we pave a road, yes, we take the bumps out. Yes, we try to smooth it out. It becomes like a racetrack. People call me up and say, wow, you fixed the road, they're going too fast. I'm not traffic enforcement. But I will say, I want to thank you. Because anytime I've called and I know when we get done paving, the other thing what people don't realize is that most of the roads are 30 miles an hour. It's about the lowest you can go other than the school district. But the problem is, when it rains, when you get in block, the oil comes up and it becomes slippery. And people don't adjust for the rain or the traffic conditions. I have to tell you, I want to thank you. Anytime I've called, you've been there. And it definitely makes a difference.
My-
The presence.
My biggest concern right now is schools are open. We have a lot of little kids that are out on these roads, and everybody's in a rush to get to work or whatever, and they are not even thinking of the speed limits.
That's correct.
And that needs to really be enforced before, God forbid, there's a fatality.
I've shifted the patrols to the, and will be continuing to do so, especially the traffic ones, to school opening and closing times
you.
rather than the
Thank
evening
you.
hours. I've spread it out through the
Perfect.
summer, but I'm kind of directing it back to school hours for the
Thank you.
beginning of the school year.
So Sergeant Stewart took over this assignment not long ago, and just for the record, has jumped in feet first on this and been proactive and aggressive with enforcement, which is something that we appreciate. Obviously, you're not going to hear us discuss the specific areas that are being targeted until after the fact, because everybody needs to slow it down, right? But I think the sheriff's office is doing a great job to ensure that even the neighbors, those are the people that generally get stopped sometimes the most, right? The folks that are complaining that live in the neighborhood are sometimes the folks that are also driving a little too quick, right? So the fact that the sheriff's office has taken this so seriously, we greatly appreciate. And I just want to finish with a public thank you to the sheriff's office and all law enforcement. We had a very serious situation in this town last week, which was a very sensitive issue that was handled very professionally by both agencies that patrol this town, the New York State Police and the Dutchess County Sheriff's Office, among other agencies that assisted a situation that was very volatile and could have ended very badly, was professionally handled by all agencies working together. So another example of law enforcement putting their lives on the line, and I am a little biased as my wife is a police officer, but I just think that those types of situations, we need to appreciate our law enforcement even more. So traffic enforcement's important, but it's those crazy nights like last week that can really affect us the most, and we appreciate your professionalism.
Yeah, and I was going to say that a number of years ago, Councilman Beal and I really did work hard to have an initiative to make sure there was greater enforcement within the town, and it's good to see that this is actually coming to fruition and it's actually taking effect. So we thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your.
Now you can get back on the street. Thank you. Sorry to pull it out of order, but
That's
just wanted
fine.
to
I'll make a
address it.
motion to close the public portion then.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I want to move one thing out of order, and this is a special recognition, because I know it's beyond he and his wife's bedtime, is I'd like, to especially recognize Joe Ennisser. Joe has been really a stalwart of this town, has been involved in many different activities, including the chairman of the Recreation Committee, and just a week or so ago, Joe came in to say that he reluctantly needs to retire as chairman of the Greenway Trails, committee, and I asked him, his lovely wife, to come here tonight because I'd like to do two things. Is one, have an official proclamation, which I'll read, and then also for the board to appoint him as chairman emeritus of the Greenway Trails Committee, and we'll address an appointment a little bit later, for not his replacement because he can't be replaced, but by his mentee, going forward. So I'd like to read this: the town board recognition acknowledging the retirement and recognizing the service of Joseph J. Ennisser, chairman of the Wappinger Greenway Trail Committee. Whereas Joseph J. Ennisser, the chairman of the Wappinger Greenway Trail Committee since his appointment in 1999, has served honorably in this capacity for 20 years. And whereas Joseph J. Ennisser has offered great guidance to the town of Wappinger, formerly serving as the Director of Recreation and a member of the Recreation Commission. And whereas Joseph J. Ennisser has developed, advocated for, accomplished major quality of life projects for the people of the town of Wappinger, such as the development and construction of the Wappinger Greenway Trail Network, which will be a legacy, going forward, the construction of ball fields and dugouts at Robinson Lane Baseball Complex, the construction of the Francis Reese Walking Bridge at Reese Park Nature Preserve, the town boat launch at Chelsea, securing a home for the Sports Museum at Dutchess County at Carnwath Farms Historic Site and Park, develop early recreational programming and activities for the town's recreation department, and many more items, of course. And now therefore be it resolved, Joseph J. Ennisser has announced his retirement to the town board as the chairman of the Wappinger Greenway Trail Committee. And now therefore be it further resolved, the town board reluctantly accepts the retirement of Joseph J. Ennisser as the chairman of the Wappinger Greenway Committee, and thanks him especially for serving our community with great distinction and dedication, and wishes him many years of happiness in this next chapter of his life, and commends him for his decades of devoted service to the town, signed by myself.
And I would actually just want to add something as well, because obviously, as Joe knows, I've been the liaison to Recreation Committee all these years, and we work together, and I can speak firsthand on the efforts that Joe has done, not just for recreation, but for Greenway and Carnwath. He's always been there to help out, always been supportive. It's one of the reasons why we made him the Grand Marshal of a Community Day one year, which I remember very fondly. So we do appreciate everything you've done, and I certainly can attest to the fact that you've been a very strong member of this community, and you helped make it what it is. So thank you very much for all your efforts.
Joe, if I could just say one thing, Joe, one word comes to mind: passion. All right? I remember those phone calls 5, 10 years ago. What are we doing? We need to approve this tonight. What are you doing? You know, and I do miss those. I guess I miss those. But understand one thing, okay? Understand the fact that the energy you put into this Greenway Trail network, it's going to live on forever, okay? It's your legacy, this green space that is going to continue to be built upon, right, in this town. And we wouldn't be where we are today without that passion and that energy. So thank you so much.
Nobody said, if they say to him, you can't do it, that was his challenge.
There was no talking him out of it.
Never say never can.
Exactly. So thank you so much, Joe, for your hard work. And 20 years, that's a long time.
Yes, thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Want to go down here?
Yeah, let's go down. But first, do I have a motion and a second on this resolution?
Yes, I'll make the
Second.
motion.
Okay, all in favor, aye. Any nays and and second one is to make him chairman emeritus.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, second, all in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Okay.
Come on up here for a photo op.
No.
Careful, careful. I'm good. How are you doing? Careful.
Did you want to say something? Did you want to say something, or you want to come up? Okay, here you go. Thank you, sir.
You couldn't have done it without me.
Yeah, I'll be the same. Okay.
Be there to support anybody.
Absolutely, yeah. And,
Thank you.
If you excuse us,
oh, absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you for putting up with us tonight, you know, it took longer than I thought.
Sweet as that, right? Oh, God.
Well,
Okay.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Well, they're walking out, maybe we, well, I guess we'll wait for Bill to get up here, because the next item on the agenda for this further discussion and workshop, Bill, is concerning the electronic cigarette vaporizing, also known as vaping, and we've had discussion, and Bill and I and the board here wanted to have some public discussion tonight.
Yeah, just quickly, obviously this meeting's going on forever, but the town thought it would be important to have this conversation about e-cigarettes and vaping and the situation that's going on right now, obviously, in our country with this type of use. We want to make sure that we entertain amending the town code, which speaks to the prohibition of tobacco use on town property and town parks, to include electronic cigarettes and vaping. We think that's in the best interest of the town. That's one part of this that we have been discussing. This conversation started a couple months ago, well before some of the recent information and the tragic information that's come out where people have lost their lives, which they're attributing to electronic cigarettes. But we want to kind of take a proactive approach on this type of legislation. And the first easier part of this would be to have a resolution prepared to amend the town code to...
It was adopted by local law, so we'll draft a local law.
So draft a local law, which would be, as recommended in Chapter 201 of the town code, just to include the prohibition of e-cigarettes under the same circumstances as tobacco. So if that's something that we can have the town attorney prepare for our review and potential adoption, I would move to authorize the attorney of the town to start that
I'll
process.
second that.
Second, make a comment. I think as we've discussed it, part of my concern has been that, people did not get out in front of the opioid, crisis. And, we don't know where this is going, but we, are concerned as a board and a town to really get, out and to look at it. We're seeing the FDA now coming out daily, with strong recommendations. Of course, the illegal use, we'll look at the town code as far as that is concerned too. So we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Seeing none, the motion passed.
Part two of this, not to belabor this, we've had some ongoing discussions about what authorities towns would have having to do with e-cigarettes and vaping, and obviously, not to get into the legal, memorandi here, but we've been looking at this back and forth. Jim, my question to you would be, under the circumstances, based on the FDA advisory that came out last week and the state health commissioner's recommendation to not vape, which came out yesterday, would it be prudent for a town to entertain a moratorium, or would it be possible for a town to entertain a moratorium for establishments that are would potentially want to come into the town to sell these products?
New establishments, correct?
Right, correct. New establishments.
Well, there's legislation, or there's litigation, I should say, in the town regarding a law that was adopted by the town of Bedford. And basically, one of the issues that goes to any zoning issue is there's a requirement that zoning be tied to the use of the land, and it's different from general police powers. So typically, with respect to the use of a particular product, that would be an exercise of the general police powers of the town to protect health and safety. It's not really a zoning issue. per
Now, that's
se.
the way we see it, not as a zoning issue.
So, as a public safety issue, it's probably not appropriate to do that. There's, and one of the things that I had mentioned in my memorandum, right now there's a lot of ongoing legislation at the state and county level, or legislation at the state level. The county is in essence been tasked, the county health department is tasked with doing that. One of the big problems, I think, from the town's point of view is we really, while technically we have some public health jurisdiction, primarily it's for issuing birth certificates and death certificates. But beyond that, we really don't have any qualified public health people. So to the extent you're going to act in a public health capacity, generally you have to have some advice from, medical professionals. I think what would be appropriate would be to reach out to county health department and, request that the county health department take those steps.
Right.
The county has, a health code which deals with these issues. The other issue is to the extent that, we act, the county acts, it's a lot more effective. I mean, we've got vape shops in the village, we've got vape shops in the town of Fishkill.
Right, but here, let me stop for a second. How can we stop a vape shop from more vape shops from opening? How can we stop that?
Well, I mean, the other question is, what's the definition of a vape shop?
Yeah.
So.
I'm not talking about the gas station that sells Juul, right? That's already there. I'm not talking about Happy Habits, because it's already there. But I am talking about, okay, now
But again,
new
what-
applicants want to start coming in, opening vape shops all over the town. How can we stop that?
But if somebody, this was an issue with adult bookstores in New York City.
Right.
So if somebody, basically, most of these establishments don't sell that as their only product.
Okay.
So to the extent you do that, you have to come up with a 40% of the floor space.
Right,
that-
Right.
Right. So now what happens in those situations is the store goes 39% vape shop.
Right.
Just, if I could just interrupt, we're not trying to solve this now.
Right.
And you bring up great issues, Jim, but I think the question is, could we have a moratorium while we study this to come up with a solution over time?
I think in order to establish the moratorium based on the town of Bedford case, you'd have to have some medical documentation
That's coming
and some
out.
So the
medical
That
FDA's
seems to be coming
rulings
out.
are not sufficient?
Well, I haven't seen any FDA rulings per se. I mean, one of the things is they haven't,
Stop it, there's not.
they've, you know, they're in the process of adopting regulations, and to the extent they adopt regulations, we're bound by them, so.
So I'm not gonna sit here and continue to brainstorm, because there's obviously a lot of questions, but I think it may be in our best interest just to continue to take a look at the different options, keep this on the radar.
Right.
I think the last thing that residents are gonna wanna see are these pop-up vape shops jumping in all over the place. I mean, clearly, it's if you look at the business model, it's a very profitable model. There's a lot of debate about the, philosophical approach to their marketing practices. I think it's 21 in New York State starting very soon.
December 1st, it's gonna be 21, and also, there's a 20% tax.
20% tax to the state?
20% tax to New York State
Yeah,
on
of course.
vape products. So,
So-
as of December 1, the vape market's gonna be substantially changed.
So we just need to keep our eye on the ball, that's
Yeah.
all. And I just wanted to bring it up tonight, just so we can get it on the radar
Yeah.
and go from there. Thank you.
So back to the point though about writing the Department of Health, is that something the board
I
thinks
think
I
we
should
should.
do?
You can
And
do
also
that.
with Mr. Haran's
Yeah.
assistant?
I think that's very prudent.
The county
Really
Department of
do.
Yeah,
Health?
County
Yeah.
Department of Health.
Yeah, I think that there's gonna be still a lot of questions, though, because the research is still being
Yeah, I mean,
developed.
that's the problem with products like that, since they're new,
Yeah.
there really is no duration of time to actually study the effects of them.
I think what we can do right now is, which was part A, is, from our perspective, make sure that e-cigarettes are treated the same as tobacco cigarettes under our local
Right.
law. This way, we are taking a position on it. I mean, we did get, believe it or not, we did get a lot of pushback when we were the first town in Dutchess County to prohibit tobacco products in our town parks. And we got a lot of pushback, believe it or not, when we did that, because people felt that they had a right to smoke, and my position was, you can smoke at home, but don't be blowing smoke in our dugouts. That was the issue. Obviously, vaping creates significantly more of a cloud, and I think by taking this position.
Then we could also act on our parks and other
Correct.
buildings.
Correct.
Right.
And it would be good if the county gets involved in this too, for the rest of the municipalities that are here.
No, I think there should be a dialogue, certainly, I wouldn't have an
Yeah.
objection to that.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay.
so let's move ahead with that.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll
Thank you.
draft something.
Sure.
Do that.
Now we got Barbara.
Yeah. Next item, Barbara and David, workshop, try to move it along on draft local law considerations. Sorry about that. Some important zoning, local law, changes that we'd be proposing.
So we have some changes that we are submitting to you so that we can have a public hearing on them. And one of them is signage for public hearings, whether it's the town board, planning board, or the zoning board. We're proposing that anytime one of the boards says that there'll be a public hearing, that the applicant has to put signage on the property stating that there'll be a public hearing. We're also increasing, hopefully, instead of just the abutting properties being notified, that everyone within 100 feet, so that more people that encompasses a public hearing will be notified by mail.
I think it's great. That's a great idea.
One of the things that we're also doing is making the public hearing requirements consistent to the extent we can. There are reasons why some of the public hearings are a little bit different, like the notification for the town board public hearing on zoning text amendments or zoning map amendments is a bit different, and we incorporated that provision that that you had wanted with respect to rezonings that you initiate.
Right.
You don't have to notify the adjoining owners, but we have for any proposed rezoning not commenced by the town board, then all the property owners have to be notified surrounding the
Right.
the rezoning.
What are we doing, 100 feet, 200 feet? What was the, Barbara?
We have 100 feet.
100 feet, right?
Yes, yes.
Currently, it's just the abutting property
Right.
owners. So now we'd be going across the street
Okay.
and in a wider
think
berth,
Yeah.
notifying people.
I think it's a great idea.
So that's that one. And on your list, you have, you want to skip down the energy and go to the other things that are?
Yeah, then we can come back to
In this local
Downey
law?
Energy.
Under
Okay.
peddling and soliciting, We're adding the spouse of a vet. Currently, only a veteran can do a hot dog truck or some other type of vending on a county or a state road, and we'd like to include a spouse, because at times the vet could be ill, and the spouse should be allowed to take care of the business.
Spouse for a vet.
Right. The other
Under
thing,
Just, the spouse of a vet is also by law, under New York general business laws, entitled to get a license as well as the vet.
Okay.
So they have the same authority to get that license.
and the other item underneath that code would be that any peddler would have to have an insurance policy that also names the town.
Okay.
Under vehicle and traffic, we want to amend.
So, just a
sorry.
question, I'm sorry to interrupt. Back to actually our, just previous, discussion on vaping, can that peddler law also deal with door-to-door sales, peddling of vape products?
It would, it deals with any.
Any
door-to-door.
product, okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And under vehicle and traffic, we want to change one mistake that was in the code. In a residential zone, a homeowner can have a commercial truck of less than 8,000 pounds, but we need to add the word registered gross vehicle weight. Right now, we just have gross vehicle weight, and that's become an issue, so we're adding the registered in front of it. Subdivisional land, the same thing as with site plans and town board. We'll be putting a sign on the lawn, and then we will also be notifying more people around the subdivision.
Okay.
And the last item for me is noise controls. We don't have anything specific right now, but we're investigating other types of noise control, like fireworks and other weekend noise that seems to come up a lot, especially in the warm weather.
And we've gotten some complaints even, in Mr. Bill's ward about biker, revving their engines late at night.
ATVs are a big problem.
ATVs are a big
ATVs,
problem.
yeah.
I can hear the vehicles on Route 9 in the middle of the night. There's nothing we can do about that.
No, that we can,
They're the jailbreak in the trucks.
yeah.
Unfortunately.
So, I've, discussed this with Barbara and then with David Stallman and Jim Haran, and I think all the proposals are, very, very solid ones and are in some ways overdue, but help to clarify some of what have been, areas that we've seen issues arise, more recently. So I'm all in favor of them, enacting the appropriate proposed resolution so that we would consider it at the next meeting.
I do have a question. I've seen more and more signs for businesses being posted on trees.
Oh, yeah, all over.
And, it's really starting to get out of
They're
hand.
all illegal.
I'm sorry?
They're all illegal,
Okay.
but it's very, very hard for enforcement. The
Okay.
ones on the telephone poles are put up, I would assume, under cover of night or on the weekend.
Okay.
You need a ladder to reach them.
Okay,
They're
the
also-
ones that are in the lawn,
In the
though.
ground is a real
Especially
issue.
9D, Chelsea Road, it looks like something out of a marketplace, seriously. People have come to me and said, "Are we gonna do something about this?" I said, "People are working on it."
Yeah.
Route
76, the triangle.
Yes.
We
And
have plenty of those
we do have
That's
several
very
residents that
important.
are out there taking them down too.
That's
as-
wonderful, so maybe, they could
I mean, the
comply
one
that
thing,
way.
one thing is we technically don't have jurisdiction over the state and county roads, the right-of-ways. Those are not, so 9D, Chelsea Road, 376, they're not under our jurisdiction.
So who would take those signs down then?
State DOT.
So we would call the state DOT and have those removed? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
David, any other comments?
Not on these, no.
Thanks, Barbara. Thanks, David.
And these are basically in line with what we see other communities doing, like the notice, the signs for
absolutely,
hearing and so
yeah.
forth. I've seen them actually around the area.
As
now.
you said, we're playing catch-up in that area.
Right. Okay, very good. Any other
Perfect.
comments? from
Thank
board
you.
members?
Sure.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you, as always,
Thank
you
very much.
guys
Yes.
do an awesome job.
Yes,
Thank you.
Barb, you do an awesome job.
really,
I mean,
both of you,
Every time I
seriously.
need you, you're there,
Thank you.
so I appreciate it.
Honestly, thank you.
Just trying to move along, I'm not going to read this, but I wanted to just mention that we have,
You want to get
you know,
back to
filed.
Downey Oil?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right,
Downey
yes,
Oil,
thanks, okay, let's do Downey Oil.
Sure.
Absolutely, sorry,
Sure.
yeah.
So, as you know, Downey Energy proposed a liquid propane storage facility out on Old Route 9, I guess it is, Old Route 9? Yes.
Mhm.
So this local law would add liquid propane storage facilities as a special permit use in the HB zone, which that property is located within, as well as in the airport industry zoning district. And it would be listed under warehouse and storage in those districts. And there are 11 conditions that would have to be satisfied. They'd have to get both special permit approval from the planning board and site plan approval from the planning board. I can read through the conditions if you'd like, or you've got them. I gave you
Yeah, you gave us,
a new version of that tonight
Right.
with some redlining. So you can read those 11 conditions to yourself, or I could read them out loud.
Which one is it?
this is the amendment
It
240, you
says-
just put it on the, you know, just before the meeting.
Upper right-hand
Amendment to-
corner, it says draft 9919.
And this is amendments to the text of chapter 240.
Right. And item number 2 in bold, starting in the middle of page 2 through part of page 3.
Ranging from minimum lot size to certified training and, you know, safety, you know, security, you know, issues all being addressed. I think they're, you know, very much out of what we had discussed before as a range of items that
Yes.
the board had considered being there. And I think the one that, you know, one of the key ones that you added was the owner of the facility shall be obligated to provide annual training to local emergency services personnel, you know, relative to whatever response they might need. I think, Bill, that was partial in response to one of the questions you had raised.
Right, right.
And I know in this particular case, and as Al could say, you know, that they have extensive experience in this case with safety. And in fact, you know, one of the principal advisors is, I think, renowned specialist in the United States and the head of the association that deals with these issues. So here, you know, I think they would, from what I have understood, they would qualify under each one of these 11 conditions.
Right, and we refer to the National Fire Protection Association 58 edition 2014 code requirements. We refer to the American Society of Mechanical Engineers standards.
Right.
All personnel at the site shall have successfully completed a certified employee training program for the propane industry. No retail sale of products on the premises. So there are 11 conditions, and they'd have to get, as I said, special permit approval and site plan approval from the planning board.
Yeah, no, I know that Councilman Beal had some questions about the emergency situations. Has that been addressed with these changes?
The emergency,
I didn't have any discussions about this at all.
No, that was,
Right, but I have not been part of this conversation, so.
No, when we,
yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
We had a
Yeah.
prior conversation
Right.
about this.
But the structure of this,
No,
I've had no
no, I-
discussion.
No, not the
just-
structure of this, I'm
Right.
saying
The points
that,
of-
you said that you wanted some
Right.
issues need to be addressed.
Well, I mean,
because-
do we speak to elevation here
elevation
of
The
the site
tanks.
versus
Oh.
any surrounding residential areas?
we don't address that.
We should.
They would have to show that by virtue of seeker, but we could certainly add it to this as well.
Well, I mean, I have reservations about a propane storage facility being at a higher elevation than residential dwellings, when propane is heavier than air.
Right.
So,
Well, I mean, there's gotta be distance for that.
understood, but, you know, this particular legislation right here speaks to making an adjustment within certain zones from a very generic perspective, but then it speaks directly to Route 9 access in here as well.
No Route 9 access, right.
So why would we even talk about Route 9 in here?
Because most of the HBs are Route 9.
Correct, but the airport industry is not near Route
Right.
9.
No, but we don't really want this kind of use on Route 9 particularly.
What about Tech Air?
Well, that's there already. But it's-
Exactly.
But it's not a real sort of retail use you might want on Route 9. There are other places in the town where you might want to have that.
I have reservations about putting this much propane adjacent to a residential area.
Okay.
and
So
I'd
why
like to
don't
discuss it
Why don't we
further.
look into whether some of the requirements that are specified in here address that?
Well,
And if they don't, or if they don't appropriately, we can add something else.
I'd like to see what other municipalities are doing. I'd like to see what existing comparisons there are. You know, I just have reservations about creating a form of legislation that appears to be specific to an applicant.
Well, only with respect to that, and it's not even specific to the no access to Route 9 is something we discussed generally in terms of a zoning scheme for Route 9 as opposed to, you know, dealing with this site specifically.
I would argue, though, a quarter of a mile north, you have an entire facility that has storage on site that's on the corner of Route 9 and a town road, so.
So, Bill, are you suggesting that this should be allowed on Route 9?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I think that we need to look at this a little closer, and we need to understand if we're going to allow these types of uses within an HB zone, we need to look at all the HB zones and understand that there could potentially be permitted uses in all of our HB zones.
Unless we say you can't have it on Route 9.
Well, you know, right now, we're kind of in the dark on this, in my opinion, because we spent a lot of time reducing the HD zone and increasing the HB zone.
Right.
Right? And to now be entertaining non-traditional uses within the HB zone, under special permits, I get that. We just need to understand what we're doing here.
Okay,
Because once we
so-
allow this in one area of the HB zone, there could be an argument made that, you know, it could be in other areas. And I'm not sure we want to start going down that road right now until we understand the impacts. I mean, we heard a number of residents talk about having a Tractor Supply next to their residence, you know. What about the residents that live across the street from this facility and their houses are lower? So I think we need to take a better look at it, and I'd like to be part of that conversation.
David, if, may I suggest if maybe we develop a map to see where, based on this, where it would be permitted?
Sure, we can absolutely do that.
And there needs to be some topographical aspects to it,
Mhm.
especially when you're dealing with this much propane.
Okay, why don't we look into all of that?
Thank you.
And then share it with us and, you
Absolutely.
know,
Sure.
thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments on any, you know, proposed changes? of
No.
Any code?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
thanks.
Sure.
Then we'll move on to the next item, which I won't go into detail, but we've applied for recently for three different grants. We're refiling earlier one, Water Infrastructure Improvement Act intermunicipal grant that the board addressed last year, and that was not granted to us because we're just below the cutoff line on that. And we're refiling, you know, for that same grant. That one is for water. It's for emergency interconnection. Also would address Wood Hill Green. This is a $2.8 million grant. Our engineers have been working on that. And then there's one other, you know, grant that when we come to the further resolutions, it's a Hudson River Greenway Planning Grant. I'll defer that to later on, but also I've made a copy of a summary of the other four grants in your packet. So we'll move on to Jessica. Give us a very brief update of your recreation program.
One of these is for now, one of them is for later, but I will make it exceptionally quick. The first thing that I am in need of at this time is a motion to, and I'm gonna put it in air quotes, move trunk or treat to October 26th. That's the Saturday. I made a typo in the original resolution. Everything's been advertised as the 26th.
I'll make a motion to change trunk or treat to October 26th.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions? The motion passes.
And that's 1 PM at Schlados Park for the residents, correct?
1 PM, correct. I inadvertently cloaked the rain.
Okay.
All right, the next quick and easy one is we are currently in the market for a basketball instructor. Our instructor has moved on to a very good position. and we will be conducting interviews next week. I can send you guys the job posting. I don't know, nothing's changed from the last time we posted for the position. The other is to just give the briefest of overviews of this one, the 2019 Recreation Program Financial Update. You'll notice on that first page, all the totals are green, which is exactly what we want to be seeing. Of course, nothing is making any sort of enormous profit. That's not what we're doing it for, but the green is a very good sign. On the second page, you'll see a section of blanks. Those are just programs that haven't run yet. They're running in the fall and early winter. So summer camp, you will see it is red, but it's $2,000 less than it was last year. So I think when I was here and speaking about the camp price increases, I said several times, the goal here is to try to narrow the gap, and we did. We narrowed the gap by $2,000 on that. The final number on there is a projected number. There's two totals in there, and that's for facility use. So we have in there the top number, which is the amount of revenue that has already been collected for the use of our facilities, and the anticipated revenue based on fall scheduling. So that would put, if things stay dry, a total of $14,250, which is a $3,000 increase from last year and an $11,000 increase from 5 years ago. So that's where things stand financially with our athletic programs at this time. So the other packet that I gave you is reopening a thing that we talked about 2 years ago in 2017. I am not intending to speak on it tonight. I would like to speak on it at a future meeting, but I wanted to give it to everyone to just hit some of the things that, as you review it for a future meeting, I would really like some focus on, so I can get your feedback and have your questions, so I can really address any concerns that people might have prior to when we discuss it in an open meeting. In 2017, when I brought this up for the first time, it was a comprehensive revamp of our facility use paperwork. Interestingly enough, a lot of these things have come back up again. Recently, we had questions about a Mid-Hudson Roadrunners race and what is the procedure for approving the use of our roads, and is it going to the highway superintendent, things like that. This addresses that. We had recently a request for a wedding at Carnwalk. That's great. But dry weddings are not something that most people have. So there's things about special permitting for alcohol use, which is similar to the way the county handles theirs, because the county does allow special permitting for that in their parks. The other main point and change would be, again, something that conforms with things in other local municipalities, not all, but also conforms with county parks, is for smaller events and privately held events, not requiring the $1 million liability insurance certificate. We are one of a handful that require it for private events. A lot of municipalities do not. And that's something that really keeps, especially at Martz Field, one of our most impressive resources from getting the maximum use that it should be getting. It's a beautiful pavilion. It gets rented only about 4 times a year. Are there activities taking place there that are not permitted in terms of contacting the department, paying the fee, and doing all that? Yes, quite frequently. We get a lot of inquiries, but not a lot of bookings. And then I see pictures on Facebook of people's kids' 3rd birthday party there and things like that. So I intend to move towards no decisions tonight, but I wanted all of you to be aware in this policy, what is a difference from what we do now to what I've been looking to do for about 2 to 3 years in terms of revamping our policy. I'm going to follow up with everybody probably the beginning of next week to see if there's any
I was gonna say, maybe one
questions.
helpful thing might be to highlight the changes you have in this year as
Yeah.
opposed to prior years.
Well, it's entirely new, okay?
No, but some of the things look similar to what we've had in the past.
The things that are the same are, please don't smoke, please clean up after yourself.
No, I don't need to go to the
It's-
laundry list. I think that might be helpful just to highlight the changes you made, that's all I'm trying to say.
Please.
Well, the big issue is, and this is the debate we've always had, is who has the authorization to approve the use of a property?
And we've got it all.
Well, I still don't know the answer.
Well, the answer to that at this time is the Recreation Department unless there's some kind of extraordinary usage for the
Where is
property.
that documented anywhere in this town?
Nowhere.
Okay, that's the problem. So ultimately, there are uses that are approved by the Recreation Department in good faith that the town board probably may want to know about, right? If there are certain things being done there. I know there's a provision here, if it's over 500 people, that the town board should approve. I agree with that. You know, I think what you should do is take a look at the town of Fishkill's packet, because I have to fill that out when I do citizen preparedness training there. They have a very,
Right, and we've received actually that information.
oh yeah, it's, I mean, I'm not saying it needs to be that complex.
No,
It's very complex.
It is very complex, and the form in front of you is a compilation of the best of all of our surrounding municipalities. I stole things from Beacon, I stole things from Fishkill.
You know, the Supervisors, Mayors Association, we've been collecting information. I've been passing it on
Oh,
to
good.
Jessica on the various practices in the area.
Oh, good. The other one is alcohol use. It says special permission from the town of Wappinger. Now, is that the town of Wappinger Recreation Department, or is that the town of Wappinger Town Board? Who-
Town board, I would have to clarify that.
All right, yeah, I mean, that would have to be indicated.
Yes.
My other question would be, where do we stand with that road race right now, that pumpkin run?
Well, unfortunately, it's been canceled due to low enrollment, so at this time, it's
All
not
right.
a pressing matter on us making any kind of amendments to these policies.
Right.
But it did reignite.
So here's
this
my
discussion.
concern, very quickly, and Jim's not in the room, but,
He's coming out.
so we authorized the use of Schlott House Park, or the town,
Mhm.
let me wait for Jim to get in here.
Yeah.
So Jim, just real quick,
Welcome back, we're starting you off.
every
with
good
that.
attorney says no. So here's the issue that we faced a few weeks ago, the pumpkin run, which the Mid-Hudson Road Runners is a sanctioned event for the Mid-Hudson Road Runners. It's been canceled, so it's a moot point, but it was basically going to be starting and finishing at Schlott House, is that correct?
Correct.
So they asked for permission to use Schlott House Park. My question, I don't know if I tagged you on the email,
you did. Yes.
was, you know, if you have folks running down the road, they need to have authorization from the highway superintendent for the, you know, theoretically, using the town road. Obviously, there's 2 county roads that intersect there as well that may be impacted, so you'd have to theoretically get a county DPW
Yeah.
permit for that use. Now, in the past, to be fair, and I deal with a lot of road races in my county role,
Yeah.
traditionally, no one got any permits for anything.
No.
And some
No.
events still happen in Dutchess County where no one gets any permits. But unfortunately, in 2019 now, we have, you know, higher standards that we have to follow, not only for insurance reasons, but there are crazy people out there that drive their cars down the middle of these races.
Or towards
So-
a parade.
Right, or parades, right? So we want to make sure moving forward
Yes.
that we're going, and we're not going to get this answer right now, but if we can look into a mechanism by which any event that we give authorization to that uses a roadway, that there is a mechanism that all the approvals are secured.
Correct.
So that the town is not on the hook, God forbid somebody gets injured at an event that can be perceived as a town-sanctioned event.
Correct.
Right.
And that's actually in here. There are provisions for road races, parades, things like that.
So I think, you know, also provide a copy to Jim so
Jim,
he
your
can
input
put his
would be-
legalese
Yeah,
in here.
I mean,
Valuable on this.
one of the things, you know,
Thank you.
parades typically involves a road closure. And, you know, some of the larger road races also involve a road closure. One of the things, I'm a little bit leery of having an event with a road open.
Right.
Yeah.
That, you know, becomes a real, you know, I think that becomes a,
Yeah, and especially in that
safety
part of
hazard.
town. I mean, one of the things that I've considered, Joey and I have talked about, was maybe you start in Carnwath and goes through some of those streets where are less heavily traveled.
True.
Right, and look at a different location, because Slot House, as you raised, Bill, I think in your email, is a very heavily traveled area, and it's hard to have a road race.
well, I mean, you know, particularly the biggest issue in those situations is crossing at lights or crossing at intersections.
Yeah.
It's not, you know, it's one thing to run along the side of the road, it's a question, it becomes a bigger issue with a crossing. So, and, you know, I think for some events, the county requires like a traffic management plan.
Yeah.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
depending, I mean, that's typically what you would do, you know, in those cases, and, you know, if there's closures, or if you've got any cones out, or, you know, things like that, so, I mean, and in some respect, I have to go back and look at it, but I think the manual of uniform traffic control devices may even require it.
So there are a number of communities that still don't get permits to have parades either. They just shut the road down.
Correct.
We need to move forward and past those practices in this day and age
Yes.
now, because of, there are new threats that exist in 2019 that didn't
Correct.
exist previously. So as you move forward with this, if you can consult with the town attorney and make
Absolutely.
sure that we're covering all the bases, because I would hate to give authorization to an event, and then, you know, something happens, and then we find out that it wasn't addressed. Thank
Well,
you.
you know, the intention is clearly just to raise this for the first time here, get the board sense, and then
Absolutely.
Jessica's gonna work on it
Yeah.
more. I thought,
And
she's put some
something-
good thought into it.
yeah,
but-
something-
And what I was gonna say is that once you speak to the town attorney and you compile all the changes, I'd like to see all the changes from last year's version, so that we see all the changes, either highlighted in red with deletions or additions, so that we know what was changed.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
And
That's
last
easy
year,
to-
or the year before, you may remember the day of Community Day in September, last year, the year before, Ketchum High School had a road race going
Oh,
on
yeah, that was a mess.
on our town roads that we weren't even aware of, and it was for a good cause, right?
Yes.
But we need to make sure that
Communication.
we raise the bar a little bit so that
Yep.
we are aware of that.
I think a really good place to start in looking at this, just for your reference, is the cheat sheet on the front, because it really does give you a quick overview
Okay.
of all the things that are addressed, which I'm a little proud to say, a lot of those things, in terms of road races, parades that aren't ours and are ours, larger events at our parks are all outlined in terms of who needs to be involved outside of just the recreation
Yeah,
department.
Jessica's put a lot of good thought
Yeah.
into it, but, you know, it's intended to be just the first draft.
Which is good, but Jim might have other
Yeah. Oh,
input
no,
that would be valuable that we might have missed.
If he can respond quickly to it.
Yes. He will. Right, Jim?
Yes.
There you
All right.
go.
I'm gonna follow up with everybody
Right.
next week as well, just
Thank
to
you.
see if there's anything that you saw that you wanna talk about.
Thank you.
All right?
Just interject right
That's it.
now, one, you know, related in the sense of activities. We got a request from the new Hackensack Fire Company. They're having an outdoor food truck festival and craft fair on Saturday, September 21st. And they requested the board's approval for permission to park cars at Schlott House. You know, on that day for any overflow parking. The time of the event is 1 to 4 p.m. You have a copy of the letter in your packet. And you can see what they're saying, wouldn't park it near the monument and so forth. Max is in charge of parking. I think, though, that they should still, you know, coordinate, you know, with Steve to make sure that, you know, things are managed as far as that park goes. But I see no problem with, you know, granting the request, as long as they coordinate also with Jessica and Steve.
Just
Yeah.
for my oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd make that motion under those conditions.
I second.
Just on the question, perhaps they can, you know, put a mark or demark the area that the parking would be in, so that there's no question that, you know what I'm saying? Because some of those areas, Steve, as you can attest, some of those areas get soft over there. And if we have rain right
Yeah,
before, if we have rain right before their event, we want to make sure that people aren't going to be
Correct.
parking on that section.
Did they attach a liability insurance certificate to the request?
No, they haven't done
Okay.
that. We can make
All
that
right.
as another
I,
condition.
when I spoke to them about submitting their request to the board, we give them one, they give us one.
Right.
So I'll just make sure I follow up and get
Okay.
that from them.
Okay.
All right.
So we have motion.
Motion and
second.
second.
All in
Yep.
favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion passed. And Steve, coordinate with Jessica on that. Make sure you don't tear up the field.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next item is an update. We've been having a lot of discussion with engineers with respect to Wildwood and Midpoint Park. Have a little bit of discussion during an executive session, but, Tim, why don't you just give a
Sure.
summary of where we are on that? Because there's grant applications, there's some decision points that we're gonna have to make going forward.
Right, so, backing up, we were awarded the grant 2.5 million. EFC had given us a checklist of things, we're working toward that. One of the bigger items was our response to their engineering report comments. It was mainly technical, but the big item, and we've created this draft report as of now, but the big item is we need to now fill in the blanks as to the user costs. And so we're gonna need to work with the village, work with the town, and come up with the appropriate costs, and from there, we'll finalize the map planner report. We'll present that to the town, accept that, and it goes to the 202B.
Right, so that's included within the map planning report for the 202B improvement. At this point, for purposes of the map planning report, we can use at least an estimated number, perhaps we could pad it. But that also, the reason why that's required is for purposes of, if we need to go out to bond, then there are certain thresholds that the New York State Controller's Office has, which cannot be exceeded. I believe it's $908.
I
It's
would
about
say a high 8, but maybe.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's 908 for water, it's less for sewer. It's around 890. Ballpark is 890 in the first year for a sewer user. So that's the max. If you exceed that threshold, you have to go to the New York State Department of Audit and Control, Controller's Office, in order to get their approval to issue your bonds. So, to the extent that the grant funding will reduce us below the threshold, that's the ultimate goal.
And all that is leading up to this bond resolution. That's the final piece to,
Right.
EFC needs that for the closing, so.
Right. And so we're working those different issues and funding, as well with Frederick, so that's an ongoing process, but we're getting close to where we want to be on recommending to the board. Okay? Talk a little bit more about another aspect a little bit later. The next item I have is with respect to Joe Ennis's retirement. I have talked with Robbie Wilson, Robert Wilson, about, taking over that position. Of course, as you know, Robbie's been very dedicated to helping the town recreation areas and an outdoors guy in many ways. And he's, very willing, to take over that position. It would be a non-paid position right now because he, in his, injury, workman's comp, he's not able to take on a paid, position right now, but he's more than willing to take on that role. And I think we'll really pick up with greater supervision of the wardens and coming up with projects. The one thing that, in the appointment that I would, ask is that also the town, assuming we approve his appointment, he apologized, he couldn't be here tonight, his wife has some issues, so is that also we approve to have him issued one of these badges, so that if, the sheriffs stop him or what have you, or residents, question him, that he'll have some identification, so.
I certainly would make that motion to appoint him and to authorize the, I guess, the making of some type of badge for identification purposes. As we know, Rob Wilson's been a strong volunteer, member of our community for a number of years. He worked many years diligently with the Little League, and then as a member of the Recreation Committee, also played a very integral role in making our community day a success. Certainly, I think that he would be successful in this role as well, so I would certainly enthusiastically make that motion to appoint him to that position.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion passes.
Let me just say real quick, Rob Wilson, the common denominator, passionate. We talk about
Yes.
Joe Ennisser being passionate,
Absolutely.
right? Rob really showed his colors at Community Day, making it, working with everyone to make it successful. This is a guy that, didn't receive any compensation.
Right.
And he's out there, basically took his entire day and night to help facilitate the staff that was working over there.
Yep.
So,
And the swimming pool.
well, I wasn't going to bring that up, but he did have a pool party with the Carnies, but that's not for public discussion.
Exactly.
But no, that's fine. That being said, though, I look forward to Rob
Yes.
taking on this new responsibility, and then, as we get him into this role, there may be other opportunities as well.
And I'm
Thank
sure he's listening, so thank you, Rob.
Yes, and he's very enthusiastic about it, so thank you, board members. The next item is to talk about the additional paving. You recall that back in the August meeting, we had deferred the discussion on some of the road, proposals, and in addition, I have, discussed with Steve Frazier the possibilities. We have the town, hall lot, which has been increasingly in a state of, I think cracks and need for repair, particularly with seniors and people that are visiting with different immobility, challenges. The emergency services building was cut off, significantly during the various construction phases. And then there's been the concern about Robinson Park, Ralph Holt Way, as far as discussion on what should we be looking at in paving and, kind of the remaining short period of time, as Mr. Patino pointed out earlier.
I was going to say, as a preliminary matter, as far as the roads that were already authorized, have they all been done? Are we still in the process of doing them?
Woodland Court's been done, Old Ketchum's been done, Caroline's been done, Caroline East, Caroline West, Russell Road. We're targeting Mina, Hilltop, and Daniel Sevier, the next ones we're going to. I want to tell you that River Road was completed, so at this.
And Gold also, I
And
think, was on
Curry
there,
and
right?
Gold, weren't they on the list?
They're
or-
on the list too, those Curry and Gold. Forest View.
Yes,
What-
we have to look in that further.
Yeah, that's what I was, but just to stop you 1 second, Highway Superintendent. The only thing I was gonna say is that I'm all for considering additional roads, but I guess the question at this point, since we're in mid-September, we're gonna be able to finish even the roads we currently have planned to do to even get to this by the end of the year.
Well, we're gonna do our best. I mean, last time the former boards cut me off and gave me work.
No, I understand.
I can get October's when they approve it.
I understand.
And I go November. So-
No, I understand. No, I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying that I know that we have a cutoff date in November. That's generally the last time you could do that.
December, I spoke to, well, again, it depends on Mother Nature,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
December's when they close the first week. I mean, November's what I target,
Yeah.
because it's the worst-case scenario.
Yeah.
But Nina, Hilltop, and Daniel Saber. Curry's one Bill asked for,
Yeah.
and you asked for Gold. And Forest View and Spring Hill, the two of the engineers, Dick asked the engineers to go out and look at the roads I put in, and they both said those roads are in need, correct?
Correct. We gave a number for Spring Hill, 97,439.
97,439 and 72,531 from Forest View for the paving area that's there, not.
No, I guess my question is just, and as I said, I know that this is just an estimate and approximation, but at this point, the ones that have already been approved, are we gonna be able to finish them before the end of the year? I'm just wondering if we can even get to these others before the end of the year, because obviously you still have others on your plate. That's my question.
Mike, I'm gonna use my best interest
I see.
target to do it, I came from a paving company in Rome, so.
No, I understand that. That's why I'm asking you.
We'll do the
Because-
best we can, but again, it depends on
Because it
Mother
does,
Nature.
that's my only question, because it doesn't make sense to add additional roads if we aren't able to get to them before the end of the year anyway. But that was just my question, that's all.
If you approve the financing, we'll do the best. If you don't, if it's approved, then, we'll do it next year. But the point right now is, just so you know, we finished, .81 was on River Road, was completed. If we add, those other two roads, Spring Hill and Forest, we'll be at, a little over 5.4, we'll be about 5.4 miles. At this point, with Curry and Gold, we're at 4.01, and now that we did River Road, we're at 4.8. So the trick to it is, if I do Curry and Gold, and since Chelsea was already done, and we do Sabia, Hilltop and Mina, I'll be at the 5 mile mark, which we've tried to continually stay with.
Okay.
Steve, you have any thoughts with respect to particularly the two, lots, here that have been cracking and split up and so forth, as far as, the importance or urgency of doing a lot here, with the same, I think, Vinnie had put out the bid, so, we would say that we tried to go with the bid with the Velo, but probably under your supervision for the lots. Are they something that are an important priority for you?
Yeah, the lot here in particular is probably at the point that, if we try to wait much further, you won't be able to salvage what's here. It's decaying pretty quickly, and next door I don't believe is in much better condition. And it's the same condition out at Robinson Lane as well. Right now, they can be salvaged, but if we go much beyond the condition they're in now, you'd be looking at a
And you're
full-
talking about the base, and if
full
there's
overhaul,
another,
right.
winter bad, then the icing and the thawing and freezing could cause more damage.
Thaw and freezing, in fact, we got extreme money this year because of thaw and freezing. I mean, the governor's office cut it out, and they did put it in the chips because we saw the thaw and freezing, so, that is an issue to take into consideration.
Yeah, I have been myself concerned because we have a lot of people, particularly seniors, walking,
Right.
exercising. Of
Right.
course, they cut over, Steve did a great job of renovating the bocce ball and the
Right.
shuffleboard, and so, I know a lot of people coming into, particularly that side, both sides, a lot, and so that's why I raised that, to the board to consider what we want to do as priorities.
Dick, I'm gonna be meeting with the Velo this week, hopefully, possibly Thursday. I'd like probably, Steve and I could probably sit down. Steve's used the Velo before since he's a low bid, and obviously he can benefit from the low cost that I was able to get with Tilcon.
So he will do a parking lot? Yeah.
Sure, we'll do whatever, Steve's work was.
Right, I had him do some work in one of the parks under the contract.
I mean, this is under the jurisdiction of Steve, and not the highway superintendent, so
It's
that's
also
why I
it's
have
also
Steve
on
do it.
It's also on Steve's budget, not the BD fund either.
Well, we
That does-
have to find the source of the money.
Well, Supervisor, one thing we were looking at the ESB,
Right.
it seems like there's, an overlay would basically eat up your curb reveal there. And there is some drainage and things to consider. Also, there's only one way in and out of that site, so maybe making a connector to the town board site, or the town hall site.
That's a good idea.
That's not bad.
So
Yeah.
we were internally thinking like, maybe we should take our time and think about it a little and do a survey and try to kind of lay out like a thoughtful design and if
Sure.
it could, maybe table it till next spring, but I don't know, that was our internal.
But, again, going back to Steve, and well, your judgment too, is it something that if we waited another year with a bad winter, would we still be able to salvage those lots so we wouldn't have to do a total rebuild? Because that would be
I
even
don't
more
know that
disruptive.
this winter is gonna make the difference, but it
Okay.
is something we need to get in front of us pretty quickly. Otherwise it'll be more expensive down
What
the
if
road
you do
to
one?
take.
Yeah, we did one.
What if we just did town hall and then come back with a plan for emergency
Well,
services building?
Here at Town Hall, I've been suggesting a traffic pattern change
Oh,
for a number of years, to make it one-way counterclockwise around Town Hall, because we have that intersection there in the front, where that big tree is.
Right.
Has no control, there's no traffic control there, and I've seen a number of near misses where
Yes,
people
you're
are
right.
both coming to the intersection at the same time.
Well, we know Ralph Holden.
And if we were to make it one way, around, counterclockwise around the building, that would eliminate that
Right.
problem.
But do you think that it makes sense to try to do this lot, if Avella was able to do it?
I don't know if we'd get
Here?
it done before the end of this season.
Okay.
Especially, the engineers are gonna need to be involved with the traffic design, because I think it would require a small island at
Okay.
the entrance to the roadway.
I see.
what do you think? Do you think,
I mean,
from an engineering perspective?
I don't think that it's gonna crumble over 1 year. I think it
Okay.
needs
Okay.
attention, and I think if we kind of take our time and do it right once,
Yeah.
Maybe we could patch.
there's the
where-
traffic pattern or striping, there's a whole other, I don't know, additional drainage if that's needed.
Right.
I mean, it's.
Right, I haven't had an opportunity to
Okay,
speak with
okay.
CPL on this. I spoke with Bob Gray briefly prior to his, leaving.
I assume, that, and Bill, you probably know that widening the entrance would require, county, approval.
I don't know.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, you do, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so there's some planning that's needed, and
Some
also,
planning, yeah.
my concern, we're sitting on what used to be wet.
Right.
okay? So we have to be concerned about pitch, right? There's swales that are running across the front between the buildings. So I'd rather us take some time and put some thought into this and make sure that the water's gonna go the way it's supposed to go when we're done.
Right. So I'd like to propose then, for the board, is to authorize the engineers, you come back with the estimate, costs, because we're coming up to our budget season deliberations, then we can be looking at it, so you can look at the overall design and the layout for both, properties.
I'll make that
But as
motion.
Bill said, drainage and other things being considered, okay?
I'll make that motion.
A second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Okay, the motion passed. So now getting back to the roads, is it still your proposal to do the additional roads that you have recommended?
I put the roads in, Councilwoman Bettina asked me Forest View, and Spring Hill, the engineer, took a look at it. Obviously, it was you did this, asked me to take a look at the roads I proposed.
Right.
And they concurred those roads need work. So, if the money's approved, if we don't get to it, it'll still be an extra.
I'll add one other, comment, is that also, the highway superintendent had, proposed Old Troy, but I've asked the engineers to look at it, and Councilman Beal, because that's part of the Greenway Trails, and then with Robbie coming board, I wanted to look at whether or not we could do something to the trail, so taking part of our easement off, on the side of the road, not the riverside, but the other side. So that's why, I suggested the highway superintendent, we don't look at it now, but the engineers look at it as a possibility of next year.
I did put an estimate on that there, Tim, as to what it would cost.
To widen the
To
pedestrian.
bring it up to spec what it should be, there's a number on it. One of the things you have to realize is I have to shut that road down when I do any work there, because it's narrow going in.
No, I understood, yeah. We need an engineering solution, but I would like to look at the Greenway Trails, because that is part of it, and this would enhance the, the ability to go up there safely, quite honestly.
To take a look at that, I'm happy this administration realizes that roads are important. We got circa 1990 roads that have not been maintained. And, when you take a look at Old Troy, I think Old Troy Road, I think the last time that was done was almost 30 years ago.
And it is showing some tremendous wear.
Old Troy Road was done, okay.
94.
Right, 94.
I put this matrix together so you could take a look at what's going on. We
Right.
never had that when I sat up there on the board.
Well, I think definitely next year, but I'd like to look at it from that point of view, of the trail and so forth. And so we take care of a couple things maybe at one time. So based on that, what's your proposal for the roads, and then what is the cost that you're proposing?
The Forest View was the extra road, 72,531, and Spring Hill is 97,439, correct?
Correct,
we agreed
that's
to
what
on
I
that?
got,
Those are the only two, and that's really it.
Isn't Forest View the one we have to look at more in terms of?
River Road was completed, and that money, even though we
Yeah.
get the benefit of the road.
But Forest View, we're talking about part of it? Or, Forest View is what we're talking about
Yeah,
with
we are gonna
Ginger.
answer on that
I can only do part of it.
Yeah, only
Right,
part
that's
of
what
it,
you're
yeah.
talking
Because
about.
I
wanna
think,
just do
I
part of
have
it,
a
or
hard
do we wanna
time
find out what we're
charging,
for?
charging the person to do
Yeah.
that, do
Does it make
Part
sense
of
to do
it.
part right now, and rather than waiting to get a solution for the overall?
We don't-
I would
You,
wait to.
Yeah, we don't even know what we own and what we don't own.
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense
That-
at this
it
point.
I'll take, you know what, I agree with the attorney, we'll take it
Yeah.
off, because
Yeah.
I don't know what we're gonna do with that dirt road that's in Energy Fair, so
Right.
yes, I'll.
yeah, we need to tackle that issue, but we do want to get a
There may also
solution.
be drainage issues too.
Yeah,
There's only
understood.
one or two basins in there, so there are.
And what
Yeah.
about Robinson Park? That's the other thing I see on here.
Robinson Park,
Yeah, Robinson
Ralph
Lane.
Holt Way.
Robinson Lane, the Little League fields.
That's
Yeah, I
Steve
mean,
Frazier's,
that's
isn't it?
Steve's issue.
That's
That's
Steve's.
Steve's.
Okay, that's the,
Yeah.
okay.
So that wouldn't
I
come
can help
out.
out, but we don't.
How much money is left on the appropriations for?
We're out with Curry Road and Gold Road, that's about the end.
So we have no more CHIPS
So,
money,
no,
right?
I would need additional money for Spring Hill.
But do we
which would
save
be
anything by not doing
$97,000.
Forest View?
How much was Spring Hill?
97,439, Bill.
So again, just run through the numbers. You have 97,439.
97,439, that would be it, because Curry Road was approved and Gold Road was approved. Gold Road
Right.
was 320,424. And that
97,
gave-
939, was that?
I'm sorry.
430.
430.
Yeah, 439 Spring Hill. At this point, with Curry Road and Gold Road being done, like I said, it gives us 4 miles of road. Also, we have, when we finish, even though we got the benefit from DEP, we have 4.8 miles, at this we'll have, when I finish these roads here. So Spring Hill would just be an additional road if we could get to it.
Did you say you did River Road?
North River Road's done.
North.
That was paved under the DEP contract,
They funded it.
the IGA with the New York City DEP.
Okay.
Part of that contract provided that the town
Right.
would
Right.
That was-
pave
I'm sorry.
River Road.
And that was about 0.81 miles, Bill.
Okay.
A little over 3/4 of a mile.
That
We
came
were
out
down there
nice.
with,
Yeah.
you know, Bella did the paving because he was low again. Lisa was the general contractor, and CP, she worked closely with us to make sure that was done.
That came out nice, actually. The residents
Well,
are happy.
Now we'll have the traffic, you know, we're gonna put the speed.
Now everybody's gonna go
monitor out there as well.
50 miles an hour on it.
So which roads remain right now that are on the 284 and the
Okay,
amended?
The ones on the 284 will become like I said, we did Woodland, Old Ketchum, Caroline, Caroline East, Caroline West, Russell Road, Mina, Hilltop, and Daniel Sabia are on the radar, and then we'll be going to Curry and Gold.
Sounds like you have a full agenda for the rest of the year.
We're gonna be busy.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, I'm not too sure you're gonna be able to get anything else at this point anyway, but that's just
Yeah.
my assessment.
At this point, I'm not gonna support any additional funding. I just don't think we're gonna get.
Yeah,
to
I
it.
don't think we're gonna get to it this year. I mean, it's not that it's not relevant, but it's just that I think you have enough to do between now and the end of the year.
We have a lot on our plate, and we'll do the best.
Exactly,
I'd
that's what
just
I'm
rather
saying.
see us focus on the 284 roads, and if you get those done, I'll be happy to entertain additional funding if we still have season left.
Well, that's the magic word.
Yeah, and
Yeah, 'cause
who
we're-
knows how weather's gonna
Yeah.
be. By November, you may not be able to do it
And
anymore.
and
have
we
the
want you,
estimates.
want you to focus on salt.
Yeah, exactly, that's the other thing.
And you've got the estimates in place.
Yeah, okay.
Don't start.
All right, yeah, maybe we can.
Okay, we
yeah,
table,
Yeah,
table
Yeah,
it for now,
exactly.
Bill,
Yep.
and then we
Yep.
can revisit it, you know,
Exactly.
Vinnie, if you
Yep, yep.
get,
If we catch up.
if you
Right.
catch up, right?
exactly.
That's fair.
If not, I'll be happy to entertain it next year.
Yes, oh, absolutely, I think we need to do that.
All
Because they're
right.
among the older
You made
ones,
it?
okay, table.
All right, yeah, let's move on to the next things.
Okay, well, have a motion to table.
I'll motion to table.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion passes.
And we got Steve next.
Okay, Steve, on your buildings and grounds, items.
The two items that I have prepared are the, revisiting the town hall floor replacement and the signs in the parks. The remainder, I believe, the engineers can report on. Earlier in the year, I brought you a proposal to resurface town hall floors here. The current ones are the original to the building, and way beyond their life expectancy and in very poor condition. I was asked to revisit this after the comptroller gave his mid-year report, and here we are. The estimate was in the area of $90,000 to do the entire building. It was a vinyl pebble-type flooring that would have an epoxy coating over top. It's seamless, which means there's no place for the dirt to collect as in these tile floors. And that price amount would require us to go out to a public contract. So I wanted to see if we have interest in pursuing that.
You know, the hallways are in the most, serious need of
Right.
repair. This room's a little bit
Right, the
better.
hallways
Yeah,
are.
hallways are what's
yeah,
bad.
they're
And
terrible.
I actually, watched one of our seniors get, shuffling the feet, caught on one of the cracks right out
Yeah, we
here.
had a discussion of doing this piecemeal,
Right.
and then, at that time, it was recommended to do the entire building. But I believe the hallways are in the area of 35,000, just.
Now,
by
The
themselves.
main concern that I have at this point, and maybe then it's staged, you stage it
Right.
with the contractors, is that we have major HVAC overhaul that's already
this
started.
should
So this
take
would
place
have to be
after that.
deferred, to a
Sure.
little bit later than, I think right now they're looking, mid-November to perhaps complete that overhaul of the air conditioning and heating system. They just started.
So we could, you know, if there's a census to move forward, we could write that into the contract that it would not, you know, commence until this other project is
Right.
done.
I'd say, we look at this during the budget process and,
Okay.
and budget
I
for
agree.
it. It's a capital job, so we're gonna get into the budget, right?
Right, soon.
Right.
Put $100,000 in a floor
Right.
replacement, then it's right there in black and white,
Right.
and then we get it done.
Yep.
You know, because we're gonna have cash on hand at the end of the year anyway. So if we can expedite it prior to January 1, we may be in a position to do that.
Right, agreed.
But I think if we have the conversation during budget, then we can budget for it, go to the procurement, follow the procurement
Right.
process, and then move on it. That's probably the best way.
I agree.
The other item was the updating of the park signs. I put there before you what the current park rules are. The phone number that's listed there no longer exists. The first rule there with horses, motor vehicles and such, the way it's worded, makes it sound to me like those motor vehicles are permitted on the property, but just not in the playing area. I think that's something that needs to be corrected, because it was my understanding you don't want motor vehicles off the pavement in the parks. And then, what was the other one I wanted? Oh, the lighting concern. The park hours, the sheriff's department had recommended that we go with sun up and sun down. It makes it easier for them to enforce the hours, because that's written, you know, on a daily chart, and they can enforce it a lot easier. The only problem that we would have then is we'd have to make some provision for the parks to have lights in them as being an exception to this rule.
Have you done an inventory of the various signs in the parks? Because most of them are either outdated, old Recreation Commission, or they're faded, or they don't even have the, I think,
I
the
don't have that
proper
in front of me
terminology.
tonight, but this big yellow sign is present at every park, and they're all in very poor condition, and as I mentioned, the rules are outdated on them, so yeah, they'll need to be replaced.
As we discussed earlier this evening, me and Steve, about these park signs, and we also discussed the hour before sunset and sunrise for the police. We understand there's a sign at Carnworth that is in excellent condition. The rest of the parks are in horrific condition. Now, I understand, as we discussed, that there are some parks that have special accommodations, they have lights. I had proposed that we have a sign put together similar to Carnworth that we put at our parks, and if there are parks that need special consideration, we would adapt that to those parks. But right now, we have a horrendous situation because nobody can read the signs. And as we talked, at the bottom of the signs, it says the Town Recreation Commission. Who is the Town Recreation Commission?
It's been abolished in
It's been
2010.
abolished.
Okay, so that answers that.
Right. It
Okay,
doesn't exist.
so,
It's one more part of the problem.
yes, so
And
what
by
is the
way-
board's feelings on that, at least
Yeah.
to get signs up that we have
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
similar to what's at
I agree, I
Congress?
think
Yeah.
they need to be, replaced.
Exactly, because I've had residents as well as.
Oh, there's-
And I was
Knows
out
that
there,
Regency-
looking at the various signs.
Exactly. Regency, the signs can't be read.
No, it's,
Certainly-
and you
I
are.
agree that they need to be replaced, but I want to make sure that the town board is in agreement with what goes on them.
Well, here's the
You know,
issue.
And these are just,
What
I
are,
can't reprint what I have in
what
front
are
of me.
the town rules for
Exactly.
parks? Because all these signs do is tell you what the rules are. Now, the rules were adopted in the 60s by the Town of Wappinger Recreation Commission. You can find it, you can find them in the minutes.
Right.
And these are those rules. So what we need to do is revisit what the rules are
So-
and then have signs made with the new rules.
Well, the rules for chapter 171 of the town code, Parks and Recreation, which was last adopted in 1985,
Okay. I was off by about 10 years.
so says, to the issue of vehicles, it says, shall be unlawful for anyone to ride, push, pull, or operate a motor vehicle, motorcycle, motorbike, snowmobile, or any other type of vehicle mechanically driven within any parklands in the town of Wappinger, except on highways, roadways, or streets or in parking areas designated for use of such vehicles within the park. So that's with respect to the vehicles. Requires a driver's license. And then as far as the hours of operation goes, it says it shall be illegal and unlawful for any person to use, enter, or occupy any parklands within the town of Wappinger, except strictly during the rules established for its use by the town of Wappinger Recreation Commission. That would be a problem for enforcement since we don't have one.
So do we amend the
Right.
code?
We need-
And then
we need
take
to
that
amend the
and put
code.
it on the sign?
And then put
I
that on
think
the
that's
sign.
right.
And there are some parks, as the councilwoman said, that have a.
Special needs,
Yes,
special
then you deal with those
requirements.
specifically.
Right.
You know, I mean, we want to make sure, and we've had this conversation 27 times, we want to make sure that we have rules that are posted, right? But we also want to make sure that people don't think they're trespassing when they go into a park,
Right.
right? Because that's sometimes how it feels.
So, when can we see something that
Well,
we could
I
implement?
guess, is the parks closed at dawn and dusk except for parks with lights? Is that,
That's acceptable for me.
Okay.
How
Yeah,
about for
same
the
with me.
I mean,
board?
that's easy, like I said,
Fine.
there's.
Well, rather than dawn and dusk, they preferred sunup and sundown.
I feel like we're out in the
Wild Okay. West
Yeah,
That's
I
fine.
mean, you're the
Sun up
attorney,
and
you know
sundown.
the meaning of words here.
Is
so-
sundown before supper?
There's actually, I'll have to look, in the New York State General Construction Law, there's definitions for dawn and
Okay.
dusk. I'm not sure if there's a definition for sunup and sundown,
Okay.
Okay.
so.
You'll let
Okay.
us know.
Right.
Okay.
West of the
Thank you.
So,
All right.
and by the way, there's a whole bunch of cases on it, because, that's how, a lot of people get popped down in New York City with drugs and things like that, so there's a whole lot of litigation on, being in parks after closing hours. So, but yeah, I don't know if the board has some preference regarding, I'll see if I can find anything on lighted parks.
Okay.
And I think, motorized vehicles, rather than giving a shopping list of every single type of,
Or you could just say motor vehicle as defined in the vehicle and traffic code.
Right, that's
Yeah.
perfect.
So what I propose is that we look at this, several of us, including the town council, over the next couple of weeks and then report back to the board with recommendations.
That was gonna be
next
my
meeting.
suggestion, that we determine here who actually is responsible for writing these rules.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be the town board. And,
Yes. town
I mean, the
board's
other issue
responsible.
is,
But I think you and Jim, myself,
Right,
we
we
can
can
make
make suggestions.
recommendations to the board,
Yep.
sure, and it, for,
based on this input that we've got.
But can we have this at the next
Next
meeting,
meeting,
please?
yes, yes, we need to do
Because this
that.
has gone on, and we need to
Decades.
fix this, yeah.
Century almost,
Yeah.
yeah.
Probably time to update the code.
So thank you,
Yes.
That's
Steve.
all I have.
Okay.
Actually,
So
Steve,
we'll talk about it
And-
next week, next month.
Yeah, I was gonna say, before you go, Charlotte Park, are we done with that?
Excuse me?
Charlotte Park, are we done with the renovations at that park?
The renovations to the building are done.
Okay.
I'm in the process of restoring the lawn and such. We took stumps out, and I still have to do some grading there and reseeding. And I would like to have the pavement looked at some point. I don't know if we'll get that done this season or not, but we had
Okay.
to cut the pavement for the electrical upgrade.
Yeah, maybe when we get to budget season, just a couple of things, maybe some work on the stage.
That's on my list for budgeting.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
yeah, A fair amount of work on the
And,
stage.
and also, I think we had talked about this, that pathway supposedly from the office to the stage in the back, we need to do something with that, maybe it's
Right,
removing the
it
stumps.
doesn't exist at this point.
Yeah, but something to either cordon it off or make it a little bit more usable. And then another thing that was mentioned to me, I don't know if it's something that you can do, it's a quick fix, is to put sleeves on the poles for the signs, so that it doesn't get damaged when the lawnmowers hit it.
That's on my list.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you.
Before you leave, I want to thank you and your, team for a number of projects, won't go into all those, but I think we've had many different compliments for the pickleball courts.
Ah.
Of getting those cleaned and getting those lined out.
In fact,
And-
yeah, I was
and-
there actually one weekend, and I
yeah.
asked them, and they said it was great, it was
And
perfect. They
so,
thanked us, yeah.
It was a long process.
Process, but we
got it
want to
done.
make sure that going forward, they're kept clean. Now, one of the things that I noticed, Steve, is that, and I have pictures I can show, you know very well, the whole fence that goes in the back of the court between, the courts and the pine trees.
Right.
There really is no drainage there, it just kind of, the ground blends into, and actually, I think the water runs into the courts. So maybe you can be looking at, cutting a swale or something there, or, getting some, of the millings or what have you, because it seems that that may help, solve,
I'll take a
part of
look
the
at
issue,
that.
to take a look at that. Second is, thank you for some of the work I won't mention, but inside, town hall, I think Sal and the team
Right.
are doing a fine job. While you're here, so just so you don't have to keep coming up and down, I think we do have a resolution, just since we've been kind of a little bit informal,
Sure.
move it ahead for
Right.
your proposed hire.
Yes,
At this
I
point.
mentioned
Why
this
don't
at
you
the
address
last
that now?
meeting, got the permission to hire him, and this makes it formal, backdated to the day that he started working.
So this is resolution 2019-165. This is to employ Joseph Felders, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And we discussed this before, you would
Right.
recommend
Right.
it. I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? The motion
There's
passed.
to fill a vacancy
Yeah.
Yes,
exactly.
thank you.
with existing
Exactly.
budget
Right.
money.
And we-
And I just wanted to say, although I know there's work to be done on Shalat House, I would be remiss if I didn't say that I do appreciate all the work you
Oh,
did,
that's
because I
great.
know we made significant improvements on that park, so we thank you
Right.
for that.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, we're
Yeah.
getting a lot of them in shape now.
Yeah,
And
we
I
are.
appreciate
Yeah.
working with the board here.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Tim, maybe
Yep.
briefly, with respect to.
Sure.
the couple-
Chapel roof repair at Carnwath, they're two small flat roofs. We're prepared to go out to bid by the end of next week. We had some environmental testing. There is a little bit of asbestos, so we had to get an asbestos abatement plan. So it set us back a little bit in our timeline, but we have all the pieces now. So we had a $100,000 budget estimate to fix the two roofs, and, by the time we go out to bid here in the next couple of weeks, we'll have a hard number for that.
We're getting some interesting inquiries about, renting the space, including one that, is for a winter, indoor food market.
Okay.
Which Beacon's been actually going downhill. And so we have a number of people that are interested in doing that. So again, the roof would be important. And I think if we were renting out the space and doing something of that nature, as well as some other things, we're getting more wedding inquiries and other events. So, I'm guardedly optimistic that that's going to move ahead. So that's where I think taking that roof approach and getting that fixed so there's no more leakage down into the side of the wall, would be very good.
We at one time had a winter festival
Yeah,
at
we did.
Carnwath.
Okay.
Who was that? Adirondack Mountain Club? Who did?
That was led by the Recreation Commission.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, back then, and partnered with the Adirondack Club and the Rotary Club.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great event. That went on for a number of years, and if we're looking at potential opportunities during the winter months,
Yeah.
that might be something to look at
Okay.
again.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you have any contacts, I
Yeah,
don't know.
usually January
But-
was in the past.
Then, get to us your recommendations and we'll proceed on that. Where are we on the bathrooms and septic out at Robinson?
So we coordinated with the health department, we did the deep test, we have some perk test data. We will have to create a fill zone to get us above the floodplain. And so now we're looking at, there is water meter data from the existing
Okay.
facility, and we're looking at resizing this new field to accommodate everything. We gotta look at the footprint and make sure that it's gonna fit, but we're in the process of doing our design, then it gets submitted to the health department, so,
Right.
we're looking at a spring construction schedule on it, and.
So the bathroom and septic are very important, not to say that the field and, that seam, that gap, but,
Right.
in light, I think you had said before, it was like maybe a $300,000
Yeah, so.
project,
yeah.
so we need to look at whether or not we have to do something in phases, because if it's next year, it's gonna be very tight with respect to monies under the
Right.
budget cap.
So we were talking with Frederick, and, with our current estimate, we're at about 180,000 for the new bathroom and this field with a pump station and what have you. So, the suggestion was, could it be considered to take that scope out of the Parkland Trust. And then the other scope, the Challenger Field, which is a more expensive ticket at
Expensive,
$241,000,
Right.
maybe that's something we try to go for a grant or something, you know, in a matter of priority, looking at the ADA bathroom first.
Right. Well, that seems to me to be the priority for opening next season, is to get that bathroom
Yeah.
facility and the septic in place. Then we can look at, based on what other funds and so forth we
Right.
have. But
For next
I
year.
believe
Yeah.
that's the way we should go, if the board's in agreement with that approach.
Yeah,
We have to accommodate the restroom.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think overall, you know, it's, you know, as, well, you know, talking about restrooms, the other restrooms are not in really great shape either. And then I saw, during the seniors picnic, the county senior picnic, one of our seniors took a tumble, actually, because they're trying to move the walker, and it's just not flat and stable, you know, in that area. So I think we'll need to look at that issue as well. But let's get that Challenger, you know, field one.
And if we're gonna entertain paving Ralph Holt Way, we're gonna have to look at that during budget time as well.
Yes,
That's a
exactly.
significant
Huge cost, yeah.
lift right there,
Yeah.
so, but that's the thing. You know, we have an obligation to be able to facilitate those with access and functional needs. If our roadway and our parking areas are becoming, you know, to the point where wheelchairs can't navigate
Right.
and those with walkers can't,
Right.
that's another whole issue that we need to prioritize.
Department of Justice is looking at that, coming down pretty hard on the highways today. I sat with a seminar on that, and I was a little taken back, but they want the walkways, they want to make sure the wheelchairs, and no more doing things on the road without permission.
Yeah, sure.
And the Department of Justice was, I was shocked to see how, from a federal standpoint, how they were involved with it.
Well, the ADA
Okay,
was-
so I think, you know, we'll come back to, so, you know.
With respect to the Challenger Field, in the past, we received funding from the Community Development Block Grant.
Right.
That application is due Friday, October 18th.
Oh, okay.
So I think if we at least put that, I think that makes it's a good project,
Yeah.
particularly.
Okay, well,
because
then,
it
we'll
was
look at that and we'll talk
previously-
with Scott. You know, by the way, Scott has been doing a remarkable job in filling out, working with us on these applications, and I think very timely, so we'll get him involved along with CPL, I think, to look at that. Thanks, Jim.
That's a good idea.
That's a very good suggestion. Okay, moving on, I'll defer the traffic calming to the next board meeting so we move along. I mentioned part of it, including the state requirement on speed limits, which all of us have concerns, so I'll further develop that. On the recycle yard, we have to look at this very carefully during our budget process. Fredericks just advised me that with what is now a significant increase by Royal Karting, and then both in their hauling away, fees, as well as they're no longer going to be paying us for metal and scrap and other things. We're looking at what's likely to be, well, it will be at least a minimum net loss of $200,000 this year and on an annualized basis. Net loss after the fees, 200,000 is what he's saying now.
About 2/3, we're taking.
So we're looking at, that as a loss after the fees and other things are taken out. So I think we really have to look at how we're going to do this. I'm not saying we shut it down, but there has to be a better way, to handle this. So I'd like to say that during the next, few weeks, that Frederick, myself, Highway Superintendent and Steve, we look at, coming back to the board during the budget process with, with some recommendations on that, because I think it's very significant cost.
Supervisor, you asked me, a couple of our
Right.
deliberations to look into what other people are doing, and obviously, I wanna tell you, we're very fortunate to have the recycle operation that we have. However, it does come with a cost, like you said.
Huge cost.
The town of Poughkeepsie, they do not offer but 10 days a year you can drop things off. I was with Mike today. They're only open 10 days to allow for the drop-off, and we do provide a leaf pickup. The town of Fishkill, I was with Glenn today, in a meeting, they're open from 8 to 1 on a Saturday and 5 to 8, and they do not allow any drop-off at all. It's only for brush. And they have a cadet there checking IDs. They only allow one day one day for people to come in and, drop things off. One day, they pick that up here.
Sure.
The town of LaGrange, no more than they have to recycle.
Oh, I think we've had a unique, we don't wanna shut it down, but we need a way to find it more
I'm trying to let people realize
efficient.
the benefit they have from what we have,
Right.
this just costs them money, but
Right.
town of LaGrange, no more. Royal is there, they pay Royal, Royal's now the operation. And then the last one, the town of East Fishkill, they only allow people to drop off brush, so the only people that allow anything really for 10 days is the town of Poughkeepsie and the town of Fishkill, one day. And we're open Wednesdays and we're open Fridays,
Understand.
and to tell you the truth,
Saturdays,
it's a
you mean.
great
Saturday.
operation, but we
Yeah.
are, have to look at the cost.
So we'll look at that and we'll need to discuss it during the, budget.
I also want to remind you, in all due respect, there was November 18th of 2016, there was an MOA approved. The board said they're gonna give me 3 more men, and they cut 3 of the highway workers. So we need 3 more people to be there and be there to help out, and that's not happening. And it did say you're gonna, and it says right in the MOA, that you will supply us with 3 new employees. So, just to, bring that up and make sure we
Okay.
have that.
Okay, but, we do need to,
Yeah.
come up with a proposal that, looks at this, and also we have that retention pond, the engineers are
slide if you
gonna
want.
be, talking about that, so, why don't you just briefly, talk about that?
So basically, we responded to some inquiries about the drainage leaving the site, worked with the highway department. I think there was a pretty swift response to getting
Absolutely.
things opened up and cleaned out, but now we're kind of zooming out and looking at the big picture. And, let's see. So wait, can you go down, Joey, and zoom in, like on the darker square there, sort of in the middle? And then go up a little more?
I'm just saying, people don't realize that what we're bringing to the table
Keep
with
going.
recycle, it's
Yeah, there you go, that's enough.
It's a great operation.
So that's
To show it
yeah,
now.
That's a good view. So Joey, can you do your mouse, can you see the detention pond there?
See
Yeah, right
yes,
in
right
there.
there.
And then that dark line is the exit pipe, and then from there it discharges to an undefined swale that kind of exits off to the upper right. So we're proposing, we gotta stake out that boundary line so we know exactly where the town's property is. We could do some topo in this gray area that maybe needs to be redefined on the town side that would help shield the flow from going sort of up to the left toward those houses. I mean, that's the simple explanation. Another option could be to expand the perimeter of the detention pond, say to the north or toward the top of the page, so that you'd have a better embankment that would give you even more protection. But all that stuff, we kind of got to survey and do some effort, kind of like we were talking about the ESB. You got to look at it a little and see what the best options are, so.
Why is it doing this now and it wasn't doing it previously?
Well, it sounds like the detention pond was silted in, and then maybe silt got to the point where it exited the pond, and discharging probably silted in the downstream swell to a point. Now, talking with Tom, some of this eventually goes across the line to the village side of things, so.
The other thing, Bill, you gotta realize, and we didn't know this,
Yeah.
but I asked them to check out all the basins. The basins on the highway side, over by the pump store, they all tie into that.
Yeah,
Yeah, everything
Big
goes.
concrete drainage
I was
pipe.
gonna take them back, that every one of those basins on the highway side, this side, all flow and tie in down that area.
You can see kind of where the pipes, lines are drawn, for that.
Because I asked the engineers to do a drawing layout, and, they did that for us.
Is there an option to dredge that pond at all? or-
Well, they have
They
cleaned it
are,
out,
We
it's
have
been
done it,
very
but
well
still,
cleaned out.
You're getting that
Yeah.
flow from the other basins
No,
going.
it's not.
I mean, it's basically dumping into people's backyards in the village at one point.
Well, that was the complaints that we got, and immediately took care of it.
Yeah, we didn't, I mean, obviously, we didn't have knowledge
No.
that it was happening, but I appreciate your expedited
Right.
approach, and hopefully we can.
And the
make that
engineers
good.
got there right away,
Yeah.
so.
As soon as I knew about Bill, we had the engineers there, and we
Yeah.
took care of it, but the issue is, again, those basins on the highway side are in that, which have to, that has to be tied in
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Well, that's the old school method.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can't say any better than that.
Can't do it that way these days.
Okay,
No.
let's turn to the tax cap and the assessor appointment. Jim, you want to summarize what has been involved? This is relating to the joint Town of Fishkill, Town of Wappinger agreement.
So back in 2007, Christian Harkins was appointed as a joint, called the CAP assessor, which stands for Consolidated Assessment Program. He serves as the assessor for the town of Wappinger and the town of Fishkill. He basically alternates days between the two municipalities. One day's in Fishkill, the next day's in Wappinger. And we split his salary 50-50. For those of you who've been on the board, you know, it comes up every year in the budget cycle. He serves a term of office of 6 years. An appointed assessor serves a 6-year term of office that expires on September 30th and runs for 6 years from October 1st on. Since the original program was established, the program is established pursuant to Real Property Law, Section 579. Since then, there's been some changes made in the program. Back in 2007, there was a 6-month period. You couldn't, if the town adopted a local law to get out of the program, they had to wait 6 months. There was no time frame as to when that happened. There was also no time frame as to when the agreement would start. They amended the statute so that all of the approvals had to happen 45 days before the taxable status date. The taxable status date for towns, for this town is March 1st. So in essence, January 1, if the town, for whatever reason, wanted to get out of the agreement, it would have to do so before January 1st of the year in which the new rules would take effect. Also, one of the things that was put in the legislation was that if the same person did not serve as the assessor in both municipalities, it would automatically terminate, which was not a provision in the prior statute. The town basically adopted a model local law that was proposed by the Office of Real Property Tax Services, with some modifications with particulars as far as how to split expenses and things like that. The other changes that were made in here have to do with, and the original agreement was silent as to reappointment. It only talked about creation of the assessor's position. Now this is Christian's second. He's now working on his third. He would be starting his third term October 1st. So the question becomes, and this is was an issue in some municipalities, the person does not serve. The person serves a fixed 6-year term. Does not serve at the pleasure of the town board. He serves a fixed term. So the question becomes, what happens if one of the two municipalities doesn't want to reappoint? So this agreement now says if both the municipalities agree, they don't have to conduct interviews and they can reappoint the incumbent assessor. In the event that the municipalities don't want to reappoint the incumbent assessor, but they want to stay in the program, they then can jointly conduct interviews for new people, and then also there's a provision here that the provision now you have 45 days if you want to back out of the agreement. There's also a provision in here that allows for the municipalities to appoint an acting assessor to serve in the position on an interim basis until a formal candidate, a permanent candidate, is considered, which was not in the original agreement. And then basically the other provisions regarding salary compensation, duties, reimbursement for expenses is all the same as in the prior agreement. So we sent that over to The town of Fishkill had drafted some changes, which we had agreed with. I just made these minor changes to, or they're actually fairly substantial, but it's to bring the agreement in line with the recent code amendments in the statute. So there's a resolution of approval for the agreement. There's also a resolution to reappoint Christian Harkins for the next 6-year term. And both resolutions would be contingent upon the town board of town of Fishkill also adopting the agreement and appointing Christian.
Yeah, they agree. And, your proposal on compensation as well.
It's fine.
Right.
It's fine, with Fishkill as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's done with respect to, the
Right.
budget process,
Right.
so.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, in 2007, one of the incentives that was offered by the state of New York to have a cap assessor, and Paoloni may be familiar with this since we sat on the board together in 2007, wasn't there a monetary incentive from the
There was.
state? And Benny, you were here.
Right.
So it was a per parcel incentive. Is that still in existence?
No, well, I mean, there was a 10-year payback period,
Okay.
which we've since expired, so, I mean, there's no payback. There's a couple of programs that are still available. There's a cyclical reassessment grant that's available. And then, there's some, funding that's available from New York State, Department of State for, local government, efficiency programs.
Right.
So, we would, theoretically be available for those funding streams. We're not getting the big money that was previously available for the establishment of the program, but, there is, I can send the link, but, I'd have to talk to Christian about what the cyclical assessment provision, actually applies to.
So right now, the provisions of this agreement include the vehicle, is that maintained by the town of Fishkill, that vehicle,
Correct.
or? Okay,
So they front the money and then we pay half the expenses.
so we pay 50% of the vehicle
I
costs?
didn't even know you were here.
So we just,
And the year is based on the IRS rate.
so we reimburse them?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
The big bill comes out for most of my pay and the health insurance.
okay.
And then we get a credit for the car.
So then the salary is split in half, and then how do the benefits work?
Same one.
We pay the benefits, benefits
And they reimburse us
Fishkill reimburses
50%?
us.
So I just want to make sure that these stipulations are all identified
They're all in here.
within there, and then the pay schedule is identified as well. When we started this program in 2007, were we at 100%?
No.
No, that was how this all started, right? We were
That was 1987.
right, so
20 years later.
in 1987, the town was valued, right? Valuation was done, and then in 2007, as a new town board member, I'm stepping in the middle of a reval, which didn't play well on the headlines, but we were able to get through it, and we're at 100% now. And I think that we have been fortunate in this town to be able to navigate those waters, and I appreciate Christian's leadership through that process. So as long as we have all these specifics identified in that
Right.
resolution,
Purpose for them.
I mean, I remember what happens is you get midterm, 2 terms from now, right? And you have a question about the original agreement. If we don't have those specifics identified, then it becomes a question. So as long as that's detailed in there, I appreciate it.
I mean, that was the purpose, I asked Jim to go and really work it
Yeah.
hard, and I talked with Bob Lacola to make sure he's in agreement with that concept, because
Okay,
they didn't
good.
raise a number of these issues, but Jim identified some important ones.
There were some years where the town of Fishkill and the town of Wappinger were right on the money together, and there were some years where we weren't, just because of miscommunication, so.
Well, I mean, the other issue, and, so as far as the salary and splitting of the salary, that's an annual discussion.
Right.
Between the towns?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's not, and that's what it says. It basically says both town boards have to agree on what's appropriated annually.
Okay.
So, it doesn't, there's nothing in the agreement that specifically sets anyone's salary.
No, just on how it's.
Just that how
Right.
it's split up.
Right.
But it's 50/50, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So the first item that we need to approve is actually the amendments and the renewal of the cap agreement as amended, proposed by Jim. We're still waiting for the town of Fishkill to get back with us, but I think we still should go ahead and show the intention of the board to approve that. I've
Yeah, no, I
reviewed what
mean-
Jim has done, and I agree
Sure.
with it fully.
Yeah, I mean, I'll certainly move it.
A second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
That was a
So-
resolution I sent over today.
No, there wasn't a number. It
It was
was,
an add-on.
it's an add-on.
Where is it? What does it say?
It's amendment of joint cap agreement, so
Right,
this is something that Jim
163.
had.
It's on the
Because
dais?
we have the resolution reappointing the cap assessor. That's 2019-163.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one in
Got
the
it.
pack.
It's
So this is the
just a-
intention.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be an add-on, so if you wanna add it, I think I sent it to you, Joe.
I got all the details here
Yeah.
now. Okay, good. I see
Yeah,
it.
we have, it's a big I mean, it's a number of documents
Right here.
together that show.
I'll send it to you, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we can also make sure we maintain a file on the cap renewal.
That's
Yeah.
what
Because
we're,
I'm not gonna get too deep into this, but in 2013, I don't remember going through all this.
That's what
no, you're right, Bill, and that's what we're
I don't
trying
remember it
to
either.
correct.
Oh, and that's actually another thing that, is changes in the, was a change in the statute, was that, it said that, unless the towns withdraw from the agreement continues. So there's no term, so that is now specifically in this agreement.
So it's an
that
evergreen
says-
provision.
I'm sorry?
It's an evergreen provision.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because because the original agreement, again, which we copied from what the state sent us,
Yeah.
it didn't have a fixed term,
Got it.
so.
So, yeah, and it was around 2013 where things got a little, hairy at times between the negotiation between the other town and this town and where we were gonna be at on our budget. And then I believe there was some discrepancies, relative to the proper numbers being put into, to certain areas. So, moving forward, I think this is a better approach.
Right.
And I'm more comfortable with it. Thank you.
Okay. So, approval of the.
I'll make a motion.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions, the motion passed. The next resolution would be Resolution 2019-163. This is the resolution reappointing the cap assessor, Christian Harkins.
I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any nays or abstentions, motion passed. Thank you, Christian. Thank you for putting up so long tonight, but appreciate it. And thanks for the resume that you put together. Okay. Just really, it's information item on number 18 is that Jim and I have discussed actually a number of issues relating to inconsistencies and conflicts on late payment penalties for payment of water, fees, and a lot of old code sections that, are really totally outdated, particularly because we eliminated a lot of those districts. So Jim is going to work on that. We won't go through the details right now, and then next board meeting or so, we'll
I think
address that.
the current code provisions were adopted at the same time the parks and,
Recreation
the park
Commission.
rules were adopted, so maybe even earlier.
But it's part of the ongoing process, and we've realized it as we've looked at it.
And this kind of is actually the same issue. The park rules refer to park rules that are filed in the town clerk's office, doesn't show up in the code. Likewise, the rates and fees and everything associated with the water districts, also talk about being in the town clerk's office. When I can't find them, I pity the resident who's trying to find them, because, they're hard to find, so. I think for purposes of transparency, to the extent we clean it up and make it more,
Right.
available to the public, it'd be great.
Well, should we
You are very diligent. I will give you credit how you pull things.
Should we codify all these things, though?
Well, no, but what you would do is you would adopt it by resolution and
Okay.
then make the resolution
Right.
available.
All right.
Because the O&M rates and everything are gonna be, should change from year to year.
Right.
But, and then the other thing that we have to do, which Mike Tremper had raised in the Department of Health, we have to adopt a cross-connection prevention law, which protects, potable water supplies.
Right.
So we don't have one of those on the books. I have one from I have a couple of ones from different municipalities, so.
Okay.
We'll put that all in as part of the same agreement. It's a lot easier.
good.
We don't have, 32 different water and sewer districts like we had in the past, so.
Right, so.
But we still have those in the
But they're still in the code.
They're still in the code.
Right, right, so theoretically, we should have simplified this process.
Correct.
Should have.
That's what I noticed, yes.
We used to have
Very good.
32.
We're able to put those districts together.
Right.
And cut that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they didn't get removed from the code.
No.
Housekeeping.
Anyway, so we're catching up on that. So anyway, that's something that we'll, take care of. And I thank Jim for his comments on that. Okay, so let's move on to the additional resolutions that haven't been there. The first resolution that hasn't been touched right now is Resolution 2019-166. This is in the matter of the extension of the United Wappinger Water District Extension Number 8, Myers Corners Landing Subdivision, and this is order calling the public hearing. There's a proposed resolution in your packet. Jim, maybe you just briefly describe that.
So there's a Myers Corners subdivision, which I believe is a 9 or 10 lot subdivision on Myers Corners Road. Surrounding it is a 3 additional parcels which were never included in the water district on that side of the road. So the subdivision came in requesting to be connected to the water system. Originally, a map planning report was prepared. However, it didn't include these other parcels. Robert Macho, the owner of the subdivision, reached out at my request and contacted all of the adjacent property owners, who all agreed to sign on to the water petition. So they're all on board. They all understand that at the time they connect, there would be the buy-in fee of $3,200 per lot, and then the subdivision would pay that as well. The cost of the main is being paid for by the subdivision. There's a cul-de-sac in the subdivision, and then service to the 3 additional lots will be coming off that main. And so the property owners would be responsible for connecting from their house to the main after it's constructed.
Then how far down Myers Corners Road now is this water gonna go on that side?
Just to the cul-de-sac.
Right, but,
The problem is, we looked at going down along Myers Corners Road to
Yeah.
potentially do a loop, but there's a whole bunch of utilities on that side of the
Okay.
street. That's where the trunk line for
The Tri-Muni?
Tri-Muni
Yeah, it
goes.
comes through there.
And
Right.
comes in through there, so.
So the adjacent property owner that's not within the subdivision, is that west or is that east?
There's 2 to the west, 1 to the east, 1 on the corner.
Yep.
So,
So if we're going west to those adjacent properties, does that bring the water down to the cul-de-sac and to those
it's
properties?
coming from the
Oh,
cul-de-sac,
it is.
feeding from the back,
Okay, thank you.
so.
Well, I mean, that area, for whatever reason, was left out of the water district, and
Oh, yeah.
I've questioned that before. Robert Lane is just past there, which I believe is in the water district, correct?
Right,
Robert
that's
is,
the old
yeah.
Oakwood Knolls.
Yeah.
That's the old Oakwood Knolls, water and sewer plant that was there.
Okay,
And then it was these properties were never connected as a part of that.
okay.
So there was one parcel that was actually further down more toward Losi, which brought a petition in to extend it. Again, at that time, nobody really looked at connecting these parcels.
Right.
Don't know. I mean, that's one of the things in the past where there's been district extensions for 1 or 2 lots and nobody's really
Looking at everybody
looking
else.
past it.
That's
right. Right.
Yeah, this is gonna be more of an all-inclusive approach, which
Right.
I think is the right way to
Right,
do it.
and we're gonna be coming back, with other areas that we have to look at. And
Yeah.
Of course, one of them where we'll be doing a lot of that is as we address Old Hopewell Road and the county build out there. And then, the idea is to start putting sewer water lines to start connecting those, so that will be coming back to the board on. So, and this is then setting the public hearing for September, 23rd. meeting.
All right, I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Seeing none, the motion passed. The next item is Resolution 2019-167. This is in the matter of the extension of the United Wappinger Sewer District, extension number 5, the Cohen subdivision, order Cohen public hearing for the same date. Jim, just briefly
No, this
discuss
one's
that.
actually for a later date.
Oh, is it a later? Okay, thank you.
So, this is for the October date. This is a 3-lot subdivision on All Angels. There were some hiccups regarding, the connection of this property. This is kind of in some respects, the flip side of the other one. The, Myers Corners parcel was in the sewer district, but not in the water district. This is a property and this is the typical condition where the property's in the water district, but not in the sewer district. Again, this property was surrounded by Sherwood Heights subdivision, all of which was in the sewer district. This piece was left out because it was a farmhouse that the balance of the property was left off of. It's being subsequently subdivided. There's a extension of the main to service the 3 new lots. And the map planning report was previously accepted by the town board, so this is just an order calling a public hearing. And this is, all of the properties are owned by one owner, by the developer. So on our buy-in fee on the sewer side is $4,800 per lot as opposed to $3,200 on the water side.
Okay, you have a resolution?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? The motion passes. The next item is Resolution 2019-168. This is in the matter of the extension of the United Wappinger Sewer District Extension number 6, NERP Holdings and Acquisitions Company, LLC, order calling a public hearing. This is on, calling for the hearing on the 23rd of September. Yep, as we had discussed earlier, this evening.
So if I may, on the Tractor Supply, so there's 2 applications here. One is for water, one is for sewer. The water main and the sewer main both go in front of the property on this, as I mentioned previously. One of the issues regarding the aquifer, in the event that this property is not included in the water district, they would put in a well, which I would think would actually be detrimental to the aquifer.
That's my
Connecting to
concern,
municipal, connecting to municipal water would actually be preferable, I think, for purposes of water supply for the surrounding properties. Also, with respect to the sewer district, to the extent that this application is not granted, they'd put in their own septic system, which could theoretically have impacts to groundwater, where you have a municipal system, there's less chance of an impact from failing septic systems. So I think for purposes of environmental impacts, the prudent way of supplying that property with water and sewer would be through municipal services rather than on site. Also, I believe our town code, at least on the sewer side, prefers the inclusion of all of the properties that are in the so-called big pipe improvement area, which is Wappinger Sewer Improvement 3A. This property is it's not in the sewer district, but it is within the 3A transmission area.
That's an improvement area?
Yes. So, the big pipe, big trunk, big main, whatever, so.
I think, for reasons discussed earlier, I do have reservations at this time. I also have some other reservations relating to actually the, as we know, as we've been working on, the capacity of Tri-Muni to take on any additional sewage, and we're still working through that. So I'm concerned about doing this as perhaps being premature.
Make a motion to table?
Can I give her a motion as the petitioner then?
Sure.
Actually, point of order, you can't.
Oh, really?
There's a motion on-
I
Hold-
think I
Sir,
need to be heard.
point of
I need to
order.
be heard on it because I didn't know that I was not gonna be moving forward.
Well, point of order, the councilman's raised a point
Just
of
hold on
order.
for a second, sir.
Okay.
There's a motion on the table, so the gentleman has the floor. There's a motion on the table.
Yeah, there was a motion to table both of these resolutions.
Town council, what's the rules of procedure for this?
Well, I mean, I think it would be prudent for I mean, obviously, the petitioner can't speak unless the board gives him permission to. I think, you know, in fairness, it's probably appropriate for him to make a speech or make comment on it, but again, it's to the prerogative of the board. As I said, you know, the other issue is it's not an action, it's a public hearing.
Correct.
So to the extent that there's some question about moving forward, I think it might be prudent to have the public hearing, at least, and get input from the petitioner, from the public, possibly from Tri-Muni or the public. As it's simply a public hearing, I don't necessarily see a harm in having a public hearing.
If there's a motion and a second and we're in discussion, if
Right.
that's where we are, is that where we're at right now? Then I don't have an objection, as long as
No.
the board doesn't, to the individual.
I don't have an objection.
Expressing his thoughts.
Right.
Because I have a couple questions myself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So go ahead.
Thank you
Yeah,
for that
go ahead.
opportunity. Sorry. if
Just
I
want to
was-
make sure we're,
No,
you
I'm
know.
sorry if I was abrupt. I just
Correct.
didn't want to get passed over. So, a lot of great points have been made already by council. Just by way of background, this property, as you may recall, was not included when Acura was put in all those properties in 2006. It was again passed over in 2015-ish with Adams. And we've also been at this land use process. As you know, we wrote you a letter in March to come meet with you, and escrow was set up in May of this year. We've been working our way through the land use process. We had our seeker negative declaration already adopted. We already received our variances. The statute of limitations on both of those have run already. We're essentially very close to the finish line. In fact, the planning board directed an approval resolution. The BAT no-cut period ends in October. We're trying, asphalt plants have been discussed, concrete mix, winter mix. We're trying to get this project done that we started in December of 2018 and have moved through. So we'd really appreciate the public hearing to be scheduled for the 23rd. If there are concerns from council members, from staff and so forth, we'd love to hear them. We've had offline meetings, as we were directed to, with KMO and those folks to figure out routing and confirm that. So we're just trying to do our part, but making us wait is definitely, essentially an assumption that we can't work on this over this winter. So we'd ask that you at least have the public hearing for us on the 23rd.
Bill, you said you had some questions?
Yeah, I mean, my question would be, and I didn't think of this until Jim mentioned it, if the town was not to authorize this project to have sewer and water access, would it be this project's objective to drill a well and have a package plant on site for sewer?
We certainly could do that. We feel that's an extraordinary unnecessary expense, but we certainly have the space to do it.
Because the points that Jim raised relative to environmental impact need to be considered here.
Some of the things we did do for the project that you may not be aware of is, first of all, we moved the loading dock to the north side. So we also moved the building to the north to try and move it as far away from the neighborhood. Also, what was discussed with the planning board, and you'll see, we have a 25-page drawing set. We have a landscaping sheet, we have a lighting sheet, we have all the grading and utility sheets. So a lot of this has been refined. With regard to the landscaping that was made, the comments were made earlier, it says 5 to 6 feet, because you go to the nursery, and they can't, I mean, what are they gonna do, cut it down, you know what I mean? So, but what's really important, I think, for the neighbor, which the neighborhood did not mention to you, is we agreed that essentially to create a berming system, but actually with a fence too. And they had complete input on that design. While I understand they don't want the project at all, but they had a lot of input on it, and actually they changed the design for it. We were originally going to have a berm up to, we discussed a berm up to 2 rows of trees, and then there was discussion whether the fence should be in the middle of the trees, and then the neighbors said they wanted the fence at the bottom. We sort of said, how are we gonna get to the fence to do it? So we finally agreed to a whole design that puts a fence down at the bottom. That's, Jim, is that like 4 feet? 6 feet, sorry. Our engineer is correcting me, sorry. 6 feet. There's a berm behind it, and then there's trees on top of it, and then we berm back down and have landscape planting inside our site. We also agreed that the good side of the fence would face the neighborhood, and the bad side of the fence would face into our property. So we have worked on a lot of those issues. I understand that they're not satisfied from the standpoint, but we have been good neighbors and made many changes to the plan and design in response to comments from the planning board, the zoning board, and the public. I understand they don't want it, but that's a separate issue for a commercial piece of property fronting on Route 9. But I wanted you to understand at least that significant and substantial good faith efforts were made to ameliorate, mitigate, and also appease.
Well, I understand and appreciate that. I think, part of my, concern is that we've had, an unfortunate, I think, situation in this, neighborhood where, a combination of factors relating to water and sewer, where, and as we're just talking about other areas where people have been neglected, not, out of our control, but they have interest, with respect to, and we have uncertainties with respect to the aquifer. We have a serious issue right now, period, with any capacity on sewer. We don't have the capacity to take, public sewer, into Tri-Muni at this point in time. So we have some serious issues that I have concerns about, and that sound like we don't know, I think, at this board, whether or not they were addressed, by, the planning board and the zoning board, quite honestly.
To the issue of water and sewer capacity, really, that's beyond the purview of the planning board.
No, but it's within our purview.
Right. Now, to the issue of water, there is capacity. One of the things that the board is obligated to do under Article 12 of this town law, which deals with special districts, is to make a determination as to whether or not the proposed district benefits the parcels that are included within the proposed district, and also that all of the parcels that are proposed to be, or all of the parcels that are that can be benefited by the improvement are included within the district. As Neil mentioned, that was left out in the prior two extensions.
Mm-hmm.
With respect to any additional properties here, since they're not proposing to actually construct any water or sewer mains, the board is gonna have to make a determination as to whether or not any other properties can be benefited. If the people on Fowler House want or need water, I think it would be appropriate to consider that as a separate application, particularly because they are residential properties, and residential, if you connect residential properties, there is a threshold that applies for audit and control purposes, which we mentioned before in the context of Midpoint Park. But for purposes of water, the threshold is $898 in the first year of operation. And for the Myers Corners Landing, we did a rough calculation, and just operation and maintenance costs and benefit assessment costs, without any bonding costs, is $551.45. So that only gives you roughly $340 for for debt service. There's also a question as to whether or not the buy-in fee is included in that or not. So, you know, once you start looking at the residential properties on Fowler House, more than likely, this is gonna have to go to audit and control. So I just wanted to throw that out there for the board's consideration. Because again, you know, the commercial properties are treated very differently than residential properties.
I was gonna dovetail on that a little bit, which is that there's no bonding, there's no risk to the town in the sense that we're paying for all the costs to do all the work to connect for ourselves and ourselves only. I understand and appreciate the holistic question that's before you, but we're ready now and we're ready to pay for ourselves and we're ready to make an investment in your community and bring the jobs that come with that and the tax base that it helps. I appreciate that you have the other issues you want to look at, but what I'm sort of saying is, and suggesting is one should not be twained with the other, that we should have to wait till all that's done when we're ready to go today. And we're ready to pay for ourselves today. And so, you know, we would really appreciate having that public hearing scheduled for the 23rd and be allowed to move forward with our investment in your community.
Yeah, let me ask our residents, if we were to at least have the public hearing, will you be able to come out and speak at that point in time?
Yeah.
Okay. So then we would make sure we have a full discussion.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be careful how we handle this, I'll be honest with you, because delaying this project, delaying extensions on this project could result in this project drilling wells and building a sewer plant, which goes against our environmental comprehensive plan when we rezone these properties to commercial on the Route 9 corridor for the purposes of improving the, you know, the water quality and the water delivery methods and the sewer quality and sewer delivery methods. We don't want to inadvertently create a situation here where we're not allowing this property into our districts and then they drill
Understood,
wells.
but there could be another use for the property, not necessarily an ERP.
We do have a
right?
trib and a
You know,
stream.
as well.
We have a trib, a stream, and a wetland in our backyard. So we have
Yeah,
discharge
we know
point that'll meet DEC guidelines.
So you know, I certainly want to hear from more residents on this.
Right, agreed.
And maybe the best mechanism to do that is to order that public hearing and make sure that all these residents are aware that the public hearing is occurring and that they have an opportunity to be here and speak.
That's why I just asked.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'll
I'm okay
withdraw
with
my motion to
I
table.
think it's very transparent.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion to table, and I'll make a motion to schedule a public hearing for resolutions 168 and 169.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Seeing none, the resolutions pass. So then, you know, we, advise the neighbors.
Yeah.
Thank
Make sure they
you
know
for
and
letting
they
us
can
have
come
that
out.
dialogue. We
And who, let's
very
just
much
clarify this
appreciate
right now, I apologize for interrupting you twice. Whose responsibility is it to notify the neighbors? Let's get that out there right now.
Well,
Is that us or is that them? or-
We haven't yet passed the resolution for, amending the code, but I've been in communication, I think with Brian, we have the email address, we can, communicate to them.
Are you not obligated to send registered letters to all of the abutting properties as per other board?
No.
Not right now, at this,
Not
not
right
at this
now, at this
moment,
time.
but
Well,
under,
again, and that's not, this is subject to, this is, the procedures here are from Article 12 of the town law. This is not under our code, and we do not have municipal home rule authority to change the provisions of Article 12, so there is no notice requirement.
so, okay, there's no notice requirement, but I want to make sure we
Right.
do notify
Yeah.
the
Sure,
residents.
right.
So
Which is the intention.
what's the mechanism by which we notify?
Send out a letter?
We'll send out letters and,
We can work
Then we
with
have the
your
email
office as to
communication.
what the scope and tenor of the notice is. We will send out a notice to, I assume, 246, anyone of this, the
it's
abutters.
2 through 12. on
Well,
the-
and also across the street too. There's,
So if we can make sure that the applicant and the town supervisor communicate about that I want to make sure.
I'll work.
And Jim Haran, I want to make sure that the residents
Right.
are aware of these public hearings and that they have an opportunity. I don't want to hear anybody say, I didn't know about this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next resolution.
Okay, the next resolution is Resolution 2019-170, resolution requesting a naming of the Wappinger Veterans Memorial Highway. This is one that, Kevin's raised before, has had discussions with Sue Serino, Senator Serino's office, and, we have it as Wappinger Veterans Memorial Highway. Kevin, do you want to make any further comments on this?
We will be talking with Senator Serino's office and Lydia Biskup, her technical advisor, technical director, and finding out how much of an input the state DOT has.
Okay.
So it's going to be ongoing.
Okay.
So
Well, I'll make the motion.
I'll second it. Just on the question, we did have a discussion previously about having a possessive apostrophe S. Now, the plan shows no apostrophe S, but the resolution does, so I just need clarification on that.
Yeah, so I think we had looked into it further, and a number of other communities does not have the possessive, on it. So that was
So
really
we
what,
have possessive for Wappinger,
yeah.
So on second
but not
thought.
for veterans.
Right, I know. So on second thought, to be consistent with the branding of Wappinger, I don't have an objection to making sure that we maintain this wording. Let's just make sure that the resolution is reflective of this
Right.
wording.
Yeah.
So there's no confusion down the road. As
Right.
for the veterans' possession, I don't want to get too technical here because I think the DOT sign standards may have no apostrophes in them.
I believe so.
Right?
I've never seen that.
Oh, that might actually be the issue.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think they have to be grammatically correct.
You're right.
I think it's more important that we
There may
brand.
be even a provision in the MUTCD that prohibits comments.
So I would say I agree with this approach. It's
Yeah.
consistent with the branding, and
Right.
then we'll put this to bed right now, and you can take it and run with it.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second.
Motion second, all in
So-
favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion passes.
So, just for the record, so it should be WAPPINGER, Veterans Memorial Highway.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
And now
No
the
S.
fiscal impact, I'm hoping the state of New York will be paying for these signs. Good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
It's
Okay.
expected.
They could pay for all those other signs they put up on 84 and took
Exactly.
down.
no problem.
The next resolution is Resolution 2019-171, application for Hudson River Valley Greenway Planning Grant. I got a form of resolution, Jim, I think you got it, that from the village, although it's on letterhead, but it's a simple one. This grant is actually a shared grant, with the village and the town. It's related to the Greenway highways, basically between the village and going up to Carnwath. It will result in actually two, significant, very attractive signs. If we get it, that would be paid for largely by this. There is some small amount of matching that would be placed really at the boathouse, I think, down in the village. And then at Carnwath, also, there would be monies that would be, if we got the full grant, that would go to actually the renovation of the old Heist House. That would become a visitor, center, and for communication and materials and so forth. So fixing the roof and fixing up that part of Carnwath. So, and then it would allow, getting back to what we said before on the Greenway trails, going up, connecting the village with the Old Troy Road. We have other grant monies in place, that would study that, further. So this one would authorize, actually, the grant application's been filed, the village passed it the other day, and so we're proposing this, for applying to the, Hudson River Valley Greenway for a grant under the Hudson River Valley Greenway Planning Grant Program.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? The motion passed. I had mentioned at the outset, we had two other, resolutions before, we get to, the correspondence. One is for a refund escrow of the Coughlin Subdivision, $7,500, Jim, this is something where we had reviewed the escrow funds. This is a long-standing one that's been
2003.
through 2003.
I'll make
yes.
that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? The motion
Joe,
passed.
do you have that one?
Okay, the next one is the award of the contract for Hilltop installation. This is $335,473. I talked with Frederick, actually, he has several possible sources. We have one mentioned in the resolution, but maybe another alternative, for that funding. So we have the money there and won't impact this year's fiscal.
So, let me speak to this resolution a little bit. I had a conversation with John Lazzaroni from CPL. John is, and I'll praise John yet again in the presence of Tim. So Tim I can tell John that, but John's worth his weight in gold. He knows water inside and out, and it's always been a pleasure for me to work with him, so I just want to say.
Same here,
that's it.
actually, I appreciate it very much.
Very experienced and, he's a great guy to work with. But anyway, we got one bidder come back on Hilltop. John had mentioned that he thought the bid was high based on the estimates. One of the things that, in conversation with the bidder, they said that they were somewhat concerned about, in essence, how much water would come out of the rock. So they were very conservative in sizing what wells would be needed. Part of the contract is to do additional testing.
Test well.
Test wells. And based on that, they're gonna come back and basically revisit the numbers. So this is more or less a worst-case scenario. And if they can go with a smaller size well, the contract price would be revised downward.
So there's a lot of materials and things involved, so you do a test well first to get the best aquifer conditions, and then you build the actual well based on the test well. But when you bid this kind of stuff, you don't have a crystal ball, so you have to be conservative. So I think basically that's why the number is high.
And so, John's indicated that, they're a good contractor to work with them in the past, so.
Yeah. So they'll do the test wells, and then from there, we might say timeout, let's, look at the cost projected from there, so.
So that's it. I know had been discussions, this project was included with a 202B, map plan and report, in conjunction with, the filtration improvements at the
Right.
Meadowwood wells. And I looked at that today, and I think that was an authorization for about 1.5 million. So, and I think the Meadowwood wells was only 800.
Right.
Or so.
No, it's, yeah.
So there's a
8,
credit.
9, or,
I don't know what the number
this
is.
and that didn't exceed it,
Right.
so.
So it's our recommendation to approve this, and we're covered from a budget point of view.
There's no bonding.
No bonding, correct.
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nays or abstentions, motion passed. Next resolution, 2019-172, approval of the correspondence log.
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstention, motion passed. We need to change the date of the board meeting from 10/14 to 10/15 due to the holiday on the 14th.
Move it.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions, motion
Hold on,
passed.
stand by for 1 second. So that's 7:30 PM, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Jim,
15.
any dates for budget planning?
Bill?
So, I can put together,
Bill, you got for the 15th,
So-
right?
Yeah, put it in right now.
so basically, and actually, we would have to have a meeting, the supervisor's tentative budget is due September 30th, and then has to be delivered to the town board, to the town clerk, and then, or has to be delivered to the town clerk by September 30th, then it has to be presented to the town board, I believe by approximately the 3rd, so we may want to schedule a 5-minute meeting. This is usually the shortest meeting of the year.
To receive it.
To receive it.
Right.
you only need 3 people in attendance.
That's the time.
Frederick sent out notices to all the department heads, you know, in the forms, so that's all in process. I've been talking
And then
with
I'll
them.
circulate the typical resolution that we do, which schedules, and that may be something, I don't know if last year worked out as far as meeting with the department heads. But, you know, if there was any, I don't remember if we had any real issues as far as scheduling last time. Because what happens sometimes is everybody, the big budget concerns get scheduled on one night.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And then
Right.
the other night, it's 20 minutes of,
Right.
so,
I would say put together a recommended schedule that we can come to consensus on, for, you know, specific nights.
Right.
We usually stick to either Mondays or Wednesdays, right?
Correct.
And, if we have days that we don't need to meet, we don't need to meet, but this way we have enough time.
Right.
I mean, you know, we are coming up on an election, I'm just gonna put it out there, so we need to understand that our time, is going to be,
Correct.
very valuable. So we need to get that information ASAP so that we can make sure we have availability.
Right,
and
okay. Well,
so the public hearing on the budget has to be no later than the Thursday after Election Day.
Okay,
You could have it earlier than that, but that's the first public hearing, and then the budget itself has to be adopted no later than November 20th.
right.
okay.
So, so that's the back
Okay.
end of the timeframe.
Well, we'll put together something and circulate to everybody.
Frederick sent out a financial report today. I
Right.
didn't get a chance to look at it,
Correct.
but, you know, based on his last report, I think we're on solid ground going into this budget. However, we do have a 2% tax cap that we have to,
Is it 2%?
2%,
it's
yes.
too flat, yeah.
2.5.
So we have to keep that in mind, obviously.
Okay, you know, we'll do that.
We have to hold a special district benefit unit hearing.
Right. And that's always in the,
We can do it on the meeting that's gonna be the 15th. Can we set that hearing at the next meeting? Is there still enough time? Is that
Yes.
On the 15th?
yep.
Should be, on the 23rd, we can set that.
Okay, that's fine.
Good.
I don't know how much time we needed to finish.
Right.
All right, good.
And one of the things that actually I added for Christian's, the original agreement didn't talk about creation of the special benefit assessment role, so I just added that.
Oh, the
That's
original-
now in the cap.
Oh, the
that's
cap
now in the
agreement.
cap agreement.
I'm glad we have all these things now. How many years later?
Right.
Right, yeah. Why didn't you have that earlier, Bill?
Because we use the state of New York's model resolution, that's why. That's why.
Oh, we're going
That's
off.
all-
We have enough
That's-
days on Mondays to have most of this, so.
I didn't
November,
learn,
there's
I didn't
5
learn about, till about 2011 to not,
You know.
2011, I think, is when I learned not to use the standard New York form.
Thanks for letting us know.
Well, it's like, you know, I hate to say this, but I need 10 minutes for executive session. I mean, I take longer, but I won't. I just need to bring you an update briefly on a couple
Okay.
really pressing matters.
Sure.
Okay? So we have a motion to adjourn the executive session.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
So we definitely appreciate your support and look forward to seeing you there.
And I think you can find that information on the website.
Yes, and on
yes.
social media as well. Sunday, September 15th, will be the 4th Annual Town of Wappinger First Responder Awards. It's going to be another example of the town recognizing those that go above and beyond the line of duty. So certainly, the public is invited to that. The town board members hopefully will be able to attend. That's at 6 PM on Sunday, September 15th,
And where is that located?
right here in the town hall.
Okay.
6 PM, you said?
6
Correct.
p.m.? Okay. Very good.
All right, make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Nays and abstentions, motion is passed. Thank you very much.